no chance to be a little bolder. All we do, we buy and hold. There will be shills who want to steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold to the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. There will be shills who want to steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold to the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. 'Cause all we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now on S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
I'm giving up on society, up on my family, up on your social disease. I'm giving up on the industry, up on democracy, done with all your hypocrisy. All of the chaos and all of the lies, I hate it. I'm wasted here, can anyone wash it all away? I'm waiting here for anyone to wash it all away. Wash it all away. I'm giving up on the media feeds, my hysteria, sick of living down on my knees. I'm giving up on morality feeds, my brutality. Fuck what you think about me. All of the chaos and all of the lies, I hate it. I'm wasting here, can anyone wash it all away? I'm waiting here for anyone to wash it all away. Wash it all away. I won't change for you, and I can't take the pain. There's nothing you can do, and there's nothing you can say. I'm giving up on everything, up on everything, upon everything. I'm wasting here, can anyone wash it all away? I'm waiting here for anyone to wash it all away. Wash it all away. I'm wasting here with everyone, just wash it all away. I'm waiting here for anyone to wash it all away. Wash it all away. Wash it all away.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those edges. Screw 'em! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. The title for the day today: One ring to rule them all, 6 stones to a gauntlet, 741. Gonna make you look. That's it. I'm gonna make you look. I'm literally gonna make you look. There's clues. There's things to understand. There's reasons for why I play the songs that I play. It's all part of it. I knew yesterday I was going to get a content strike for AC/DC. It already happened to me before, but that song had to be played yesterday. So, good morning to you guys. Don't forget that today I have, hopefully I have the guys coming to replace my roof. So at some point or another, I should have a knock on my door, and I'm going to have to go take that. It's supposed to be, it should have already happened, actually, and I was kind of worried about that because I was supposed to get the live stream started at 7, and they're supposed to be here at 7. So as soon as I get this notification that they're here, Bruno's going to start barking in the background. That's going to be my cue to take off. So let's try to get into these numbers as fast as we can. I actually already have my glasses on, but I have not cleaned them yet for the day today. Casey, are you watching HK? No. Is that another stock, man? No, I'm not watching it. Come on, man. You know better. Boo. Let's see here. Let me clean my glasses off real quick, and I'm going to take you guys over to the other page. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is that you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look at the numbers and see what we got going on. Tell you what, Donkey Kong, send me a message and convince me. Send me a DM and convince me, and then maybe we'll talk about it. But I'm not convinced yet. Man, you guys okay? Thank you. All right, my glasses are clean. I think. No, they're not. I got 2 spots still on them. There we go. All right, glasses are clean. Let's take a dive into it and see what we got going on. Starting up on the top left-hand side, price prediction tallies. Nobody hit yesterday at, oh, actually, wait, 437. Did Nana hit? Nana hit. I think Nana hit. Hold on a second here. 397. Did Nana hit? 397 plus. No, she didn't hit. Did Apex hit? No, Apex did not hit. It was right in between them. Nobody hit yesterday, so no additional bonus points to anybody. And here's the other part too. Apex went for a 1 penny drop in his prediction to try and get that extra bonus point, because if he's got a unique price prediction by 10 cents and his price is closest to where it closes at, then he gets the bonus point. But actually, Nana was off by 5 pennies, and he was off by 6. So if it had been a penny the other direction, if it had closed at 436, Apex would have gotten an extra bonus point for the day. It was so close. I mean, so many times I've seen us be off by a penny, and it's just not quite enough. But it will certainly help drop his average down, being at only being off by 6 pennies yesterday. Just to kind of let you guys know where the standings are in the group of the 4 of us. Nana's still leading the way with being off 24 cents for the week so far. in total. I'm second with 29 cents. Apex is 31 cents, and Tech is 62 cents. And those are the tiebreaker numbers there that are going to count if we go into Friday with nobody getting the price predictions right on or any bonus points. So let me add up the points here or add points to each person for getting their price predictions correct. Still a four-way tie. So close, Apex. So close. One more penny and you got the extra bonus point. Short exempt volume. I saw a controls guy like gave a guess that he said 1% of the volume is going to end up being short exempt. That's not always the case, but it does tend to be the case. Do note that there are days where it's way off on a prediction like that, and that is because there's standards I think that they have to follow in order to create that short exempt volume. So, but you'll notice that, for example, like I guess probably a good date you want to go back to is probably go back to like 9/27 and look at the volume on that day. And then compare how much short exempt volume there was in contrast, and I think you'll see that there's a difference. But 59,000 shares in short exempt volume is what we ended up having. Very low number. Day-over-day price increase. Yesterday we were down 0.68. And utilization dropped from 38.81% to 36.36. Is that right? Did I get that right? Hold on a second. Is that? Yeah, that's right. 36.36%. Moving on. Max Pain, $4.50. Is what it was yesterday for AMC, and I think that it'll continue to be $4.50. I don't think there'll be any change to that. Indeed, $4.50 still. Next week's Max Pain is sitting at $4.50, and the week after should be $5. Yep, there it is, $5. Still no changes. All right, somebody's at my front door, guys. You're gonna have to give me just a minute. I'm gonna go answer this, and I'll be right back. Okay, they're not quite ready for me yet out there, so we're gonna switch back to these numbers here. Try to get some numbers out real quick before they show up. GME Max Pain was 21.50 yesterday. They closed at 21.49, so I don't expect that Max Pain to change any. 21.50 would probably be what it is today, and it is. Moving out to next week, it was 20.50 yesterday, I believe. I'm sorry, 21. I think it was 21.50 for next week. It's now 21, and the week after is 20. Let's see here. Moving on. Exchange traded volume. On a normal day, I would expect to see exchange trade. Oh, hold on a second here. I gotta do. Oh, I can't do it. Wait. I just remembered I can do something here. Nope. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to. There we go. All right. Yeah, I'm a mess right now. Trying to remember all these things I got to do. Let's see here. So off exchange volume on a normal traded day on AMC, I would expect to see about 64% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We had 54.09% going through off exchange. EDGX was 7.38. The combined total on that 61.47%, or about 2.53% less volume than what I would expect to see going through those exchanges. Meaning we could have had a worse day than what we ended up having if there had been less. CHX volume was 1,832 shares going through that exchange. On GME, exchange traded volume for CHX is 5,826. Let's look at borrow fees. How many shares were borrowed as of the end of the day yesterday from when I stopped looking at it? Let's see, 50. There was another 50,000 shares borrowed on GME yesterday, so there's about 350 in total yesterday that was reported borrowed through IBKR. Since 2045 yesterday, there's been a borrowing of 350 already. So same exact number now as there had been total borrowed yesterday. There's 350,000 available. Fees are at 0.42 with a rebate of 4.41. On AMC, there was a lot of shares returned yesterday, which tells me that there were some more put positions more than likely that were short positions that were probably closed. Let's see here. From when I stopped looking at this, there was no... Oh, there was one more additional borrow of 100,000 shares, which means in total there's 350,000 shares borrowed on AMC as well as GME. Then after 2045 yesterday, there's been 100,000 shares borrowed so far this morning. There's 1.1 million shares available. There's fees at 1.15%, rebates at 3.68. Moving on, institutional ownership. Yesterday on AMC was being reported at 122.375. That is still the same value today. On GME, it was 103.3. Let's see, what was it? 103.368, and the same value as today. That same value is being reported today. So no changes. Let me take you guys over to the other screen. I can already hear people walking on my roof, which is no big deal. I know Bruno probably will start having a fit here in a little bit, and if he does, it's going to get really noisy. Let's see. I'm really kind of surprised he hasn't started barking already. Let me move a couple screens around and we'll take a look at the rest of the data. I think somebody's trying to get out of the way of something that's coming. All right, option contracts and open interest on AMC. How is Bruno not going nuts? Let's see here. So total amount of open interest yesterday we had, the highest amount closest to our trading price was at a $5 strike. There was 30.1 thousand contracts. There's now 30.8, which means we had just a little bit of an increase there on call options at 5. The highest amount of puts coming in at 4.5. Yesterday there was 8.5 thousand contracts. There's now 8.1, which means we had puts that were closing out yesterday and probably helped in raising price a little bit during the middle afternoon portion that we had. But then towards the end of the day, we started seeing price go back down again. We want to see those puts closing, and the closer we get to Friday here, the more likely it is that those puts may close out in order to collect. But right now the market's still suggesting a $4.50 to $5 close by the end of the week. Let's scroll down and take a look at the open interest for this next week and the week after. And move on over to GME. Let's update GME and see where that's at. Highest amount of call volume and open interest yesterday was at 23, and put for calls and puts at 20. I believe it was 22. The current highest amount of call volume. Okay, so there was what appears to be maybe a big difference between the amount of calls and puts or calls that were open at 23. I would still suggest that 23 is the highest value right now. But it's not really the closest to where price is trading at. I think it's more like 22 is more the closer price. So 22 is the highest amount of calls, and puts is really kind of at 21. So market targeting 21.5, which is a penny less than where it closed, a penny more than where it closed yesterday. And I think, what did we just say? We just said max pain was 21.5. Let me see here. Max pain, 21.5, yeah. So they're really targeting that 21.5 value, it seems like. Pretty hard. They want to close this week out somewhere in that range. There's so much noise upstairs, I can hear it. The kids are not going to be able to sleep through this. I don't know how anybody could. Let's see. What do we got going on? I can't even take it. It's too much. The background noise. Let's see here. Utilization. Utilization, you guys probably can't hear it all that well. Utilization went down day over day from 38.81% to 36.36%. The on loan amount decreasing day over day from 69.9 million shares to 62.61. So pretty big return in shares from yesterday. Let's see how many. Let me calculate it out here because I can't math this this morning. All these disruptions. I can't math most mornings, but this is exceptionally worse. 7.29 million shares returned yesterday. That's obviously going to lower the estimated short interest of the free float. Let's see how much Ortex is estimating that was in short interest that was closed. They're estimating a drop in short interest from 52.25 to 51.2. So we're looking at just under 1 million, so like 950,000 shares returned. Somebody is getting out of the way here. That's going to drop the estimated short interest of the free float just slightly to from 15.56 to 15.25. And the on loan average age per day, I mean, these might be older positions, so this might actually be a dropping value. But so today they're not older positions, so we have a rising number, which means they mainly closed out and returned shares that were newish or in age, in contrast what the average age is, which was 30.28 and is now 32.54. Security lending volume shot back up from 4.2 million shares to 7.85. Wow. That's crazy, because that means that most of all the volume that occurred yesterday was simply returns, and somebody is getting out of the way. Somebody's getting out of the way. Somebody knows what's coming. Utilization for GME rose yesterday from 28.43% to 28. Oh, actually, you know what? Hold on a second here. I think we got the failure to deliver data in. So I suggested to you guys that we might see a spike in failure to delivers, and we'll talk a little bit about maybe why we didn't see that on the spike that I thought that we would see in the next reported amount, and perhaps maybe where they are instead. We'll talk about that here. There's a little bit of a spike back here on September 5th. Did we get the? Yeah, we just got a new reporting. So we had a little bit of a spike here of about 137,000. This is not a big number though. What I was kind of expecting to see was maybe something in kind of like the range of like over 6 million. So we didn't see a spike just yet, but I'm kind of expecting that spike to be perhaps maybe like in this range in here in this time frame. So we don't have data for that yet. So I guess we got to wait till the next 15 trading days to occur in order for us to see the bigger spike that I'm kind of expecting in this range in here. There's a little baby spike right here just before this price movement though. We'll talk about where I think we may see some of these spikes in failure to deliver. It's going to be in the ETF specifically. But looking back at GME again here, if utilization is going up, you would expect the on-loan amount to be going up, and it did. It went from 50.6 million shares to 50.77, very marginally. That should raise the estimated short-term interest of the free float. However, it was very little amount of shares that were loaned, and so it increased it by 0.01 from 9.91 to 9.92. On-loan average age per day, I mean, they didn't take on too many brand new loaned shares, so it's going to be rising. And it went from 36.63 days to 36.78. Security lending volume fell from 5.94 to 4.81. SSR trigger price for the day-to-day on AMC is $3.93. In option contracts, the not Ortex, Stonko Tracker is not reporting this week's ending contracts that are in the money and out of the money, so we won't read that. GME is, let's see, SSR trigger price for the day-to-day is $19.34, and also not reporting the option data. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this page. Neither of which are on there. Getting the VIX crush early in the morning this morning. It's already getting crushed down. It reached a peak of, I guess, when it first started reporting again at around 2027, and has been crushed down. That was around pre-market open at around 340. Was when that value, actually, it started here and rose up to, starting around 3 o'clock, rose all the way up to looks like about 2026 or thereabouts, and has been being crushed down. Now, I had a conversation about why this may be happening, and I'm not really fully bought in on what's being said to me, because what I'm being told is that the Fed is trying to control the VIX from blowing up by let me summarize this. I'll try to summarize it the best I can. They're lowering the suggestion here is that they're lowering the bond yields to force more buying pressure in securities. So when they don't make the yields as high, it encourages the market to go out and buy shares buy stocks instead of buying bonds because the yield isn't as good. So the idea there is like they want money to go into the marketplace because they're trying to crush volatility. There's two different. There's really kind of two. I mean, there's more than two, but the two key ways that you could potentially stop volatility in the VIX is going to be to force the market to buy long in the market to crush volatility, or to sell short an ETF called the UVIX. So, in a sense, here, what this is suggesting, what they're suggesting is that bond yields, by dropping the bond yields down, you're forcing institutions to buy in the market. If they're buying the market, that's going to crush the volatility. They're going to short the UVIX to make profits, and that should crush the volatility down. The problem that I have with this is that as I'm looking at this, like for example, is like yesterday, the yields weren't dropping. Right when market opened, the yields were actually rising, and the VIX started getting crushed after that. Right, like you can see the VIX getting crushed down here as the yields were trending up. So I'm not really sure if I buy into this whole the Fed's manipulating it through the bond yields. But I mean I'm willing to like learn, but I don't see this. Like I don't see that correlation there. So I don't know. I'm still trying to work in my head how they're doing it, but I just don't get it. Let's see. MMRI yesterday, when we closed out, or when I stopped reporting numbers around midday, we had about 238.66 for MMRI. We're starting to see MMRI rise back up again here, and it's at 240.74. See, 240.76. And the spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond yields, we have the 10-year at 3.804 and the 2-year at 3.662. The spread is 0.142. Yesterday we started out the day at 0.149 and ended the day at 0.156 midday. And I shouldn't say ended the day, but ended at 0.156 midday. It's now 0.142, and we started out the week at 0.169. So we're starting to see the 2-year, 10-year come closer together again in price, which is not good. Means more inflation again, probably. VIX futures suggesting it should be around 2050 with it closing yesterday at 1890. So we're looking at like a 1.6 higher points right now, and it is saying the futures are suggesting it's up 1.78 in total, which should have our markets down this morning. We should be looking at a red open. Nikkei is up, or down rather, 0.63. Hang Seng down 2.37, and the Nifty 50 down 1.84. Depending on what market you're looking at, we're seeing things down anywhere from 0.114 to down 0.44. So we are seeing a red open so far. By the way, volume yesterday, I don't think I mentioned this earlier. By the end of the day yesterday in volume, we had about 5.3 million shares in volume in total. Of the Mag 7 in the pre-market this morning, only 2 are green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% are going to get a shout out. Let's see, because I feel like that'd be a pretty significant change from yesterday's closing price, and I don't see anything. There's one that's close, but I don't see anything worthy of shout outs. Gold is currently down 0.34, but trending up. Silver is down 0.88% and slightly trending upwards. Ethereum Classic is up 0.48. I mean, there's some volatility going on here. It was trending down and broke that trend and is more currently starting to trend back up a little bit. U.S. dollar, there's so much shuffling going on. The U.S. dollar is up 0.21 and appears to be trending up. On a larger time scale, definitely trending up. Oil is up 2.88 in the pre-market this morning. It's traded a little bit of volume, so it does appear to be trending up. Get ready for oil prices. Get ready for gas prices to start rocketing up at your gas pumps. It's going to be a thing. I'm sure that the port strikes is not going to help that out any. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.14 to 0.19 yesterday. Those are not current numbers, just what it moved yesterday. SPY is down 0.17. It gapped down in the pre-market this morning, opening up, gapping down, and then trending up ever since. It's kind of in a consolidation mode right now ever since the banks opened up this morning. Actually, let me go back to that real quick here. Where are we at in contrast to my, there it is. There's my lookout below value. If it breaks past 565.14, look out. Look out. Tesla. Tesla is down 1.54% in the pre-market. It gapped down in the pre-market open, and it's been consolidating ever since. Amazon is down 0.39, gap down in the pre-market, has been trending up afterwards. Cinemark is down actually has not yet traded at all. Was down 0.4% yesterday. Doge is down 1.78, appears to be making a rebound off of a low of 0.10. Bitcoin is at 60.5K a coin, down 1.54%. Trying to make a reversal off of a larger downtrend. GME is down 0.37, a gap down in the pre-market open and trended up, like many other stocks. Excuse me. HYMC has only traded 704 shares this morning. It is a little bit down, 1.19% down. Not really enough to suggest a trend, but it is down in the pre-market. NCMI has not yet traded today. It closed down 0.59% yesterday. Hood is down 0.15. In the pre-market's kind of trending down. And AMC is down 0.23, a little bit of a downtrend right now. Inflow versus outflow. Yesterday we had about $500,000 more outflow than inflow. We had our pokey stick of volume was 6,785 shares. We had 7,000 shares total traded volume when the pokey stick hit. 7,000 shares traded. I don't even like doing 1 to 20 million volume predictions because that's basically like me coming in here and telling you, like, I know we're going to be super low on volume today. That's what it is. That's what it's like. Somebody is having a very difficult time making a market right now. They cannot afford to let volume happen right now. I just happened to look over and I see sensor content saying there's a third way. It's called taking away the buy button. For the whole market, I guess that would maybe, I don't know that would crush the VIX. You don't really buy the VIX, so you can't crush the VIX by taking away a call button. Not a call button, but a buy button, so you can't, because you can't buy it. I don't know that would necessarily. Yeah, I don't know what you mean by that exactly, but I'm sure you have like a more. You're probably thinking more complex than I am. Moving on. On a 4-hour time interval, we have currently more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 37.04, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 41.2, which is below average. On a 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 43.38, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 45.14, which is slightly below average. 1-hour time interval for Ichimoto. Lagging line is below price line. Conversion is below base. Price needs to move. In order to get the lagging line above price line for the day today, we need to see something higher than 446. So I'm going to say 450. And at 450 by the end of the day, that would put us right into the cloud. So I wouldn't really expect that, but the top of the cloud for the end of the day today is 449, so it's still going to be 450 one way or the other. So 450 is the magic number. That's down 15 cents from what it was yesterday on the magic number for buying pressure to kick in on short-term investors. 450 is the magic number, which happens to be our max pain. On a 4-hour chart, lagging line is below price line, conversions below base. Price would need to rise above the cloud, I think, today in order for this to turn into a buy signal. There might be a little bit of a, it would have to climb above the cloud. So the cloud's going to suggest 470 as the buying pressure point. Now that's a little up from where it was yesterday. Yesterday it was at 455, so we're starting to see a little bit of a separation in the 4-hour versus 1-hour Ichimoto clouds. That's a 20-cent gap. It's not too bad of a gap. It could be bridged on a quick buy session. And I think that's all I got for you guys. Let me head over to the back of the big tramp. I got to come up with a price prediction before too long here. Let's see. I'm gonna throw the all my all my lines back up on the page here. So we kind of followed. This looks horrible the way it is. Let me go to the 30-minute. So we kind of followed the price downwards. The direction that I thought price would move yesterday was going to be more towards 433 to close out puts. Instead, we got the upwards movement. But by the end of the day, these numbers kind of lined up here, and we closed like almost. If you go down to a 1-minute time interval on my charts here, you can see that the line that I ended up drawing out was finished. If I'd have used this as my price prediction for the day, even though I drew it, I didn't even go with my own price prediction, but I had drawn the line exactly at the point at where price pretty much closed at. So I kind of was expecting. I was trying to draw a straight line. I was doing it on a 30-minute time interval, so you see a lot of movement on this. But I was trying to draw a straight line across for an opened into the next day. But I am expecting to see a little bit of a rise in price going into today. Maybe we'll get the exact opposite of what it was that I had again. So we'll get that. Maybe we'll get that downswing to test the 433 today, followed by the quick pop up and then closing us out closer to the 440 range, and then seeing. I probably should have drawn this straight across here because I mean we know that the price never goes up in the pre-market like this. So I don't know why I drew it like this. I should have gone straight across and then had the upwards momentum going into the end of the day at 449, leading into tomorrow, or basically closing right around 550. But I think I will go with, even though the price may not move in the general direction as where my drawing went, I think that maybe we will finish this day very, very close to 440. So I'm going to probably stick with that as a price prediction for the day, which means that I'm going 395 to 485. I see Nana saying something I just did at 435. I think that's what she's suggesting she's going with for her price prediction. I'm assuming. Is that correct, Nana? Is that your price prediction there? So you're going 390 to 480. Tech sent out a presentation. I think he did it as a video in a video format. think, yeah, Tech's got his price prediction in here this morning. Tech is going to go 397 to 487. And we're just, I guess, waiting on Apex, and then we'll be good to go. Sounds good, Apex. I will. I'll catch it a little bit later. 441 for the day today, Nana. Okay. I guess that's a change. Let's see here. So you're going 396 to 486. Okay, Apex is going to stick with the same price he had yesterday, which is 386 to 476. So we have a... You're not quite 10 cents lower than anybody else. You're off by 2 pennies. So we got an 8-cent gap. Oh, no, we don't. We have more than that. We have an 11-cent gap. Let me... I know Tech was, like I said, he had a presentation that he posted up on projected Q3 numbers. And I think he has it in a video format, so we can just check that out. $4.29 for you. Just don't forget, it's gotta be closer to your side than our side. So 429. So you're gonna go 384 to 474. Got you down. Let me head over to the back of the big tramp here real quick and see if there's anything anybody wanted to say before I take off. Text number, text going with 397 to 487. Oh, okay. Gotcha, Tech. All right. I didn't know if you wanted to. I know you had said you want to talk about it. Whenever you're ready. Whenever you're ready, we can take a look at it. No rush. I think I need to. I think I need to go review and see what's going on outside because I didn't get a knock on the door yet this morning. I did talk to a couple of guys when I went outside, but the main head guy was not here yet. So let me excuse myself here. I will leave myself in the back of the big tramp in case anybody wants to come back there and talk. But I'm going to mute myself, and I will be back here in a little bit. All right. Let's see here. Still nobody at the door yet. Apex, take care. How red are our markets looking at pre-market here this morning? SPY heading back down. Getting consolidation on crypto for what appears to perhaps maybe be another push down. VIX at 1978 with futures suggesting 2063, so a full point higher than where it's at. And the VIX is showing up, making a reversal. We're seeing a bunch of bond. So this is exactly what I was talking about here. I'm not sold on this whole idea of crushing the VIX through lowering the bond yields, because that's not what happens. I mean, yesterday the bond yields were increased in this area right in here, and then as a result, you end up getting the VIX driving downwards. And so what are we seeing first thing this morning? You know, we are seeing, I see a rising bond yield again. Right? The bond yields came back down a little bit, not quite back to the numbers they were at before, but the yields are rising. You've got the yields starting to rise again here, which I mean, it looks like that's what they're trying to do, is perhaps crush the VIX back down again. But that's the opposite of what's supposed to happen, based off of the idea here that the Fed is trying to prevent the volatility. The other J Brown says, your name change cracks me up, man. Let's go look at this. Let's look at what it is that you're talking about here. I see four shares in volume traded so far this morning. That's it. And I'll see that's it. Down 0.9% so far this morning. There's really not a whole lot of volume. I'm not seeing 4 million. I'm seeing 4 shares. Projo says roof. Yes. Lots of noise on the roof this morning. Oh, you're looking at it on Schwab. Okay, Schwab. So the interesting thing about Schwab is that they report pre-market volume a little bit different than other broker, and I think actually it's not just Schwab. I think Fidelity does the same thing as well. Webull. So there's differences. There's known differences on how much volume is being reported in the mornings versus between different broker platforms. Now, I would probably lean more towards looking at Fidelity or Schwab as being more accurate, just because they're better trading platforms than Webull. But I'm sticking with the numbers that I see on Webull, because those are the numbers that I'm looking at when I'm streaming every single morning, and it's what instead of going back and forth on two different platforms and trying to show that to you guys, then and just that would be very difficult for me to do. But you're right, though. There's more than likely volume there that's just not being displayed on Webull just yet. That happens every single day. I used to get that quite often. Like AMC's volume, I'm showing a lot higher than the 43,000 you're showing on the page. So there is a known issue there. It's probably not that they're lying. It just means that there's going to be some active volume there. I mean, if I were to, I could pull up that same kind of chart that you're talking about right now. And I guess I could do it based off of volume. I am not getting the same results as you. Are you guys able to see? What do you guys see? Oh, you can see this, yeah. UPS delivery guy says jobless claims are at 225,000 versus 220 estimate. Let me see here. Today being Thursday. Yep, I see that. So I'm seeing a slightly different number. I'm seeing ADP employment numbers. What I'm seeing is previously it was reported at 103,000. The median forecast for that was 128, and it ended up being 143, so a little bit higher than what was anticipated for the ADP employment. That was from yesterday, though. You're talking about today's numbers, which is initial jobless claims. I see that there now. So I see the 220 estimates. It was 218 last time, so more jobs. Initial jobless claims showing up than anticipated. Thank you for that information. And we should also have S&P final U.S. Services PMI showing up as well. I wonder if they're going to revise that up. It was 55.4. They weren't expecting any change to what was reported from previous. It'll be interesting to see if we get an increase on that. Just out of curiosity, is any of the noise from the roof coming through on the microphone? Nope. Okay, good. I'm waiting for the CalCal report today. I've actually got, I think I've got most of my picks already decided. There's about 3 to 4 that I'm kind of wishy-washy on right now. I guess I don't want to read them off just yet because I don't want to influence anybody here. But I do have those already picked out. guess I could say which ones are the wishy-washy ones. Let's see. Let's pull it up. Week 5. So the wishy-washy ones that I see, I'm having a really tough time on. Let's see. Oh, there, Bruno's hearing it now. He finally figured it out. So I'm seeing the Patriots and the Dolphins. You guys have seen how adamant I am about not picking the Dolphins. I don't know. I kind of feel like that maybe they'll be able to turn things around a little bit against the Patriots this time, but I'm real on the edge on this one. I'm still trying to figure out what I want to do. I might look at some more reports today and just kind of see see if there's anything new there that might help me to make a better decision. Another one of the wishy-washy ones is Giants and Seahawks. And another one is you guys you're gonna boo me because this is my well, I think this is my favorite team. Yeah, the Saints and the Chiefs game. I'm wishy-washy on. The Chiefs have a lot of injuries from this last week, and I'm kind of wondering. I've been thinking it was going to happen for like the last couple weeks. I've expected them to, have that like early to mid-season kind of loss. And, the last couple weeks it would have been early, right? Could extend into mid-season. But I'm starting to think that this is going to be that final week that they finally get that somebody maybe actually kind of pulls a quick one. And there's also one other one that I'm looking for on injury reports that is kind of a wishy-washy one, which is the Packers and the Rams, which is kind of interesting because I have been refusing to pick the Rams whatsoever over the last couple of weeks, and that's actually benefited me by not picking the Rams. But I think there might be an opportunity for the Rams to see a turnaround going into this week here. And I don't know. I got to look at the injury report and see what's going to happen there, and also if they're going to pick up some other players to maybe replace somebody. But those are kind of the wishy-washy ones right now that I'm still having a tough time on. Good morning, Kim. We got about 15 more minutes before the market opens. I'll just throw this out there real fast. The songs that I'm playing every single day matter. And yesterday, I knew going into it playing an AC/DC song was going to get a content strike and force the video or force the day's recording to go onto a blocked list. But the song was important to me. So I'm just throwing it out there that there are reasons why I'm playing some of the things that I'm playing. Just keep that in mind. Chi-Town Turtle says, did the roofers bring ladder? No, they're borrowing mine. No. Yeah, of course. Of course they brought a ladder. You would hope. Oh. I hear guys yelling out in the front. Maybe the guys, maybe the truck's getting here now. I might need to go move a vehicle real quick here. Give me 5 minutes. I'll be right back. All right, let's get this day started, guys. I will see you on the other side of market open.
When the nights are getting cold and you're needing a shoulder, puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do, we buy and hold. There will be shittles who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold to the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. There will be shittles who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold to the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. 'Cause all we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
I'm giving up on society, up on my family, up on your social disease. I'm giving up on the industry, up on democracy, done with all your hypocrisy. All of the chaos and all of the lies, I hate it. I'm wasting here, can anyone wash it all away? I'm waiting here for anyone to wash it all away. Wash it all away. I'm giving up on the media feeds, my hysteria, sick of living down on my knees. I'm giving up on morality feeds, my brutality. Fuck what you think about me. All of the chaos and all of the lies, I hate it. I'm wasting here, can anyone wash it all away? I'm waiting here for anyone to wash it all away. Wash it all away. I won't change for you, and I can't take the pain. There's nothing you can do, and there's nothing you can say. I'm giving up on everything, up on everything, upon everything. I'm wasting here, can anyone wash it all away? I'm waiting here for anyone to wash it all away. Wash it all away. I'm wasting here with everyone, just wash it all away. I'm waiting here for anyone to wash it all away. Wash it all away. Wash it all away.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw 'em! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. The title for the day today: One ring to rule them all. 6 stones to a gauntlet. 741. Gonna make you look. You guys are going to have to figure it out for yourself. Song titles matter. We're starting off the day at $4.32, down 1.14%. GME's down 0.42 at 2140. The VIX is up 5.45% on open at 1993, with futures suggesting that it should be around 20.67. So it is catching back up to those futures a little bit, but there is a crush on the VIX being applied currently, even with the bond yields trending up. Let me take you over to the other page here as we take a look at this real quick. Same kind of thing that happened yesterday, right? Like, so we saw bond yields starting to rise. The VIX did one more last pump up and then started trending downwards. Same kind of thing happening today. We're seeing bond yields starting to rise, one last little pump up, followed by maybe a crush of the VIX back down again. But that is not stopping the futures from suggesting that the VIX is going to continue to pump up higher. I'm still trying to figure out or understand the concept that's, of how the Fed is potentially manipulating the VIX, because there has been many suggestions that that's the case. And I believe it to be true. I just don't understand how they're doing it exactly. I got into I got a detailed response from somebody yesterday in response to that, but the thing that they were suggesting was that the Feds were lowering the bond yields in order to entice investors to invest in the marketplace, go long, and essentially crush the volatility in the marketplace. Because at that point, you would see, once they start going long in the market, you would start to see things like the UVIX starting to get shorted. And if the UVIX is going to get shorted, that means that the VIX is going to come down. So I'm not seeing that, though. I'm seeing bond yields rising, not dropping, as a result of this. And it is, soon thereafter, after the bond yields are rising, we're starting to see the VIX coming down. It's not quite what you would expect, though. There's something, I feel like there's another key aspect to this that I'm missing, and I just don't know what it is. And, I'm trying to figure it out. I'm trying to understand, trying to learn. I like learning new things. But anyways, that's that. Numbers here in about 20 minutes. I'm going to probably not be streaming as they're doing the roof today. I'll try to at least get through the 9 o'clock morning numbers, and then that'll probably be the end for me. But I'll keep the stream running. Obviously, you guys can. There's no reason why you guys can't continue to carry on the torch. I do want to mention I mentioned in the chat, $4.22 is the synthetic price failure. That's a 19.5% failure in price from our last high that we had of $5.25. That would be a 19.5% drop down to that price point. Synthetic price failures are usually turning points, not always, but sometimes they do tend to be turning points in price movement. Sometimes they're a big fat nothing burger. Donkey Kong says Powell's Bell says he has many tools in his toolbox. I thought he had two. So I don't know. I feel like sometimes he tells us he only has two tools that he can use. Hammer and a saw. But yeah. Let's see here. I see. Let me check something out real quick here. IMDb. No, Rotten Tomatoes. What am I saying? Melissa and I are supposed to go see the Joker movie tonight. And I'm just kind of curious to see what kind of... Okay, so we still don't have a popcorn meter on that yet. It's saying tomato meter is showing a splat at 48%. But I'm really waiting to see what the popcorn meter is going to show. I don't know what... Somebody mentioned something to me the other day about the popcorn meter. The audience score is now the popcorn meter. I'm not sure exactly I'm not sure exactly what it was that they were trying to say, or maybe it was old information that they were suggesting. But what I was saying yesterday is that we still don't have a popcorn meter from the audience score. We have just the reviewers score, and we've seen some other movies that have gotten some really horrible ratings from reviewers, and then had amazing scores by the audience. So I'm really curious more about the popcorn meter than I am the tomato meter, because I feel like sometimes the Rotten Tomatoes just don't understand what's happening, or are maybe influenced. The influencers are being influenced. Possibly. It is a thing. For the right price. We got about 18 more minutes before we take a look at the numbers. AMC is trading at $4.34, down 0.69. GME is down 0.33 at 21.42, and that VIX is still sitting up pretty high, although it's trying to come down here. It's 1979 on TradingView. Weeble's kind of late to reporting. Andrew says, unless the reviews are absolutely awful, Wicked should do huge numbers. The only thing that concerns me is the runtime. 2 hours and 40 minutes is a lot for the little ones. I'm wondering, because I feel like we're starting to see a lot more longer run times on movies, and I feel like the industry must have some kind of data. There's got to be some kind of data out there that suggests to them that these longer run times are favorable to the moviegoers. So obviously I'm not looking at the data, right? Data, whatever you want to call it. I'm not looking at the data, so I don't know. I don't know what it is that they're seeing, but they obviously are still willing to put out movies that are longer-ish. Maybe people want more for their money. Give me 1 second while I look at something real fast here. Okay. Mind over matter. Gather the data. Do what you have to. Get what you have to. After. Well, the other Jay Brown, there's been a couple of us out there who've kind of thought about what it is that you're talking about, noticing that the movies are longer, and that you're saying, I wish it equated to more concession spending, but I'm not sure if it really does. So we had kind of talked this over a little bit. I think a lot of people would be in favor of having an intermission again, even if it's just for 10 minutes. A 10-minute intermission. I don't know where intercession came from. Intermission. If you had a 10-minute intermission, allowing people to be able to head back out to the concessions somewhere in the middle, I'm okay with that. I'm sure they could figure out a good spot to, kind of put a break in the movie for people to be able to go out and grab some more popcorn. Or, if you think about it, if you buy the large buckets of popcorn, they already come with a free refill. So, why not give people an opportunity to be able to go grab some more popcorn or whatever, and hit that restroom if they need to, whatever it may be. especially if they're, I mean, sometimes you're buying those large drinks, and it's hard to hold your pee that long. Which is funny because they actually do have a way for you on your app, if you're using it, to be able to check and see when the best times are to go to the restroom. Yeah, 10-minute intermission, drop some advertising in there. Oh, now that's an idea. I'm telling you, man. I think if AMC was really smart about it, they could do it. Now the problem is that if they were to force an intermission on movies, I don't think that they can just do that. I'm pretty sure they have to get the buy-in on whoever's producing the films, right? Because I think that's going to be something. They may be like, oh, that's going to ruin the artistic creativity of the film, and so we're not gonna let you do it. There's probably some issues there, I would imagine. I don't think the movie theater can just decide for themselves on that. But I do think that an intermission is something that would certainly help out with more concession purchases. Give people an opportunity to grab some of those chocolate-covered candies. But I still feel like there's almost always a portion of the movie that's just slow anyways. So why not just, call an intermission at some point in there, and let people go to the restroom, and then come back. I mean, if people really do want longer movies, let them have an intermission to go with it. I don't think people would have a problem with that. I don't think. Maybe they would. I don't know. I definitely felt like in Oppenheimer there would have been plenty of places in there where they could have thrown an intermission in. The other Jay Brown says, but that would mean more refills. Does that mean more expense? I mean, I refill every time I'm leaving anyways. Not every time. Majority of the time I end up, and then Melissa's always saying, like, you don't even drink it after you leave. Like, why are you getting the refill? And I go, like, because I bought it. I want the refill. So one way or the other, people are going to refill. Maybe it will cost an extra refill by putting an intermission in there. Wouldn't be terrible, though. Can't imagine. They're already making a killing on the concessions. That syrup isn't that costly. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe cost analysis would be something that's, AMC would have to look at. Good morning, Quack Quack. Good morning, Audio Tits. You guys come in, you sneak in here, and you don't even say good morning to me. Why do I always gotta be the first one to say it? You just sneak in here all like ninja-like. Oh. They can't hear me. Good morning. That's the reason why they're not saying anything. Good morning, Quack Quack and Audio Tits. I was calling you guys out and you couldn't hear me, so good morning. I was literally sitting there going like, you guys are all ninja-like walking in here and you don't even say good morning. What the hell? And then you guys can't even hear me.
Couldn't hear you, sir. Good morning.
How you doing today?
Doing well, sir. Doing well.
Good. Let me make sure your sound is boosted because I don't think it is. I got to boost it back up here. There we go. Tubby, good morning. Yep, testies, testing.
Testes.
Testicles. Test icicles. Diabetes is cheap. Andrew says the last film to have an intermission was Gandhi in 1982. Let's see here. The theaters and Andrew says the theaters wanted to squeeze in more showings, so they canned intermissions. But then Ducking Bullish has a great point. Says, yeah, but they threw in 30 minutes worth of previews, so that can't be the case anymore. Got 8 more minutes here, guys. 8 more. I'm waiting for the Cow report this morning. I'm not sure if he's going to get in and submit that report to me or not. Let me just check my phone, make sure I didn't get like a. He usually sends it to me in text. Yeah, no texts yet. As soon as we get the Cow report, we'll do the picks. We have a game starting tonight. Who plays tonight? What do we got? Is tonight? Today is the Bucks versus the Falcons. I know who I got. Again, my wishy-washy picks for this week that I'm really not sure on yet, that I got to look at some more data, is going to be the Dolphins, the Patriots, the Seahawks and Giants, and the Kansas City Chiefs and the Saints, St. Louis Saints. Is it still St. Louis? I don't know. I feel like some of these teams, since when I was younger as a kid, changed locations. It's hard for me to say things like the Los Angeles. Is it Los Angeles? No, it's Los Angeles Chargers now. It's so weird for me because I grew up in San Diego, and it's like I know San Diego Chargers just rolls well for me, and like saying Los Angeles Chargers just seems odd. And I never could understand why Los Angeles always got like multiple teams all the time. What did I say? I said New Orleans, didn't I? New Orleans Saints? What did I say? Did I say something else? Did I say I think I said St. Louis. St. Louis. Why was I thinking? I don't know why. If I said St. Louis, I meant New Orleans. St. Louis used to be the Cardinals, right? St. Louis Cardinals, and now it's the Arizona Cardinals. Is that right? Or am I thinking baseball? Ducking Bullish says, you grew up in San Diego. Nice. My wife graduated from Coronado High. Nice high school. Coronado. St. Louis Rams. What is up with the Rams? Why have they moved around so much? Andrew says the old Charger uniforms were the best. Yeah, I know, man. I really like the Chargers' old uniforms were awesome. Billy says, whenever I see LAC for the Chargers, I think of the Clippers. And then the Raiders. It was always Oakland for me. I don't know. I'm going to have a real hard time saying Las Vegas Raiders. Like, it just doesn't flow for me. I'm having a real tough time with that one. Let's see here. So, does anybody see the GME filings yesterday? Anybody see those? You guys notice those GME filings?
No, I didn't notice, but you can
Did
tell us.
not, sir.
Oh, you didn't see those? Oh, that's interesting. Yeah. You should see what time they dropped those. Kind of crazy.
Is that 4:20 p.m.?
No, not 420.
Are you going to tell us about it?
No, of course not.
Okay.
You gotta go look.
I'll go look for it.
Ooh, Barcode's throwing out some numbers. Let's see. Ducking Bullish says at least the 49ers didn't change to the Santa Clara 49ers. Yeah, UPS delivery guy, you missed the bigger portion of the more important portion to that whole thing. There's more to it than that. Everything out there, guys. There's so many little clues and hints. So many things pointing you in the right direction, but you're missing the important parts. Numbers make a difference. Numbers make a difference. Let's do it. Oh, wait a minute. Wait. Hold on a second. I gotta do something real quick here. What do I gotta do? Oh yeah. Before I take you guys over to the other page here. Hold on a second. Let me do so. I gotta fix my chart here. Get rid of you. Oh yeah, we'll zoom in on this again. There we go. Actually, do I want to show this? Yeah, I don't want to show this. Never mind. Let's just do some numbers. I'm gonna take you guys over to the other page. Remember, I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look at these numbers and see what we got going on here for the day-to-day. Remember, price prediction tally points and our price predictions are not meant as financial advice. It's just simply four apes trying to figure out what we think price is going to close at by the end of the day, as close as we possibly can. And let's take a look and see what we got going on here. The low man on the totem pole for the day-to-day is Apex. Once again, he's got 384 to 474 for a price prediction. Up from that is myself with 395 to 485. Then we've got Nana at 396 to 486 and Tech at 397 to 487. Short exempt volume yesterday was 59,000 shares in short exempt volume. Utilization 36.36%. That was a little bit down. Day over day price increase. We had a decrease yesterday in price movement. Actually, I don't know why I have that written that way. I should put this in as day over day price change. That's right. That's a much better way to say that. We were down yesterday by 0.68%. Let's see what's moving on from there. We have max pain at $4.50 for AMC for this week, next week, and $5 for 2 weeks out from now. Then on GME, max pain is $21.50 as of right now for this week. Next week is going to drop down to $20.50 or $21 rather, and the week after is $20. Moving on. Institutional exchange traded volume, actually just exchange traded volume in general, not just institution. Exchange traded volume for the day today. Where has it been going through? What exchanges? An off exchange in EDGX by this time of the morning, I would expect to see about 54% of our volume going through those exchanges as a normal amount. We get about 55.06 going through off exchange, EDGX at 5.55. The EDGX is kind of low. I kind of would expect that to be somewhere between 11 and 12% by this time of the morning. The grand total between the two is 60.61%, and that's about 6.61% more volume going through those exchanges than I would normally anticipate. So a little price suppression going on this morning, or price discovery lost through those exchanges. CHX volume for AMC is at 302 shares. GME's coming in with CHX volume at 450. Let's take a look at borrow fees and shares available to borrow and what's been borrowed so far. Since 2045 yesterday, let me just verify this information. Yeah, since 2045 yesterday in total, there has been 400,000 shares borrowed on GME. There's 500,000 shares available currently. Fees are at 0.4% with a rebate of 4.43. Taking a look at AMC, total amount of shares available to be borrowed sitting at about 1.1 million shares. There has been no new borrowed shares since earlier this morning. Since 2045 yesterday, we've seen about 100,000 shares borrowed, and that is it. Actually, I take that back. I'm re-looking at the numbers right now. There's 300,000 shares borrowed. My bad. Since 2045. There's 1.1 million shares available to borrow. Fees are at 1.5%. Rebates at 3.33. Taking a look at institutional ownership earlier this morning on AMC, it was reported at 122.375 million shares. That has not changed. GME's shares owned reported by Fintel was 103.368 earlier this morning. That also has not changed. Still the same value. Options. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day-to-day on AMC is coming in at a strike price of $4.50. That's down 50 cents from where it was yesterday. And so far for the day, we have about 1,000 contracts in volume. That's low contract volume. Highest amount of put volume coming in at $4.50 as well. 294 contracts. Extremely low volume going through the options chain today. Market suggesting a closing price somewhere around 25 cents on either side of $4.50. So $4.25 to $4.75 for a close. Taking a look at GME, highest amount of call volume so far for the day-to-day is coming in at a strike price of $22. Highest amount of put volume coming in at 21. The market targeting 21.50. It's currently trading at 21.68, up 0.93% for the day. Taking you guys over the other page here, let me move a couple screens around and we'll take a look at the rest of the data. It's doing exactly what I said it was going to do. That's amazing. Let's see here. All right, starting with Ortex. $396,000 shares borrowed so far, according to Ortex this morning. It's actually really darn close to what is being reported by IBKR so far. That's going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float to 15.26%. The cost to borrow mins at 0.83, average 0.85, and max is 1.05. There's 62.61 million shares on loan for the day today. That's 7.29 million shares less than what it was yesterday, and Ortex is estimating about 950,000 of that is in closed short interest. Somebody is getting out of the way right now because we are seeing a lot of shares being returned. And that doesn't typically mean that somebody believes price is going to continue to move downwards. Utilization dropped day over day from 38.81% to 36.36%. That means that that usually means the on-loan amount's going to drop, and it did. It went from 69.9 million to 62.61. That's at 7.29 million shares that was returned. However, Ortex is not estimating that a whole lot of that was in short interest. They're only estimating about 950,000 shares in short interest was closed out, as it went from the estimated short share interest of the free float dropped from 15.56% to 15.25%. The on-loan average age per day, if they were really old positions that were closed out, would have been dropping like it did yesterday. However, it did not. It went from an average age per day from 30.28 to 32.54, which means that most of the positions were likely lower than that value in order for that to rise. Security lending volume day over day increased from 4.2 million shares to 7.85. GameStop, 428,000 shares having been reported as borrowed. It's very close to what's been reported on IBKR. That's going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float to 9.95%. The cost of borrow mins at 0.51, average is 0.83, and max 4.35. We're still seeing some max borrowing amounts that are kind of spiking a little bit. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is up to 50.77 million shares. Let's take a look at what some of these numbers look like on a larger screen. Here's that utilization day over day increasing from 28.43% to 28.75%. The on-loan amount slightly increasing from 50.6 million shares to 50.77, so 170,000 shares borrowed. That's going to raise very fractionally the estimated short share interest of the free float from 9.91 to 9.92. The on-loan average age per day, since they didn't borrow a whole lot of shares yesterday, continued to increase from 36.63 million days, 36.63 days to 36.78 days. Security lending volume decreasing slightly from 5.94 million shares to 4.81. SSR trigger price for the day on AMC today is $3.93. No option data to be able to look at right now. Let me just refresh one more time just to make sure. Yeah. GME's trigger price for SSR is at $19.34. There is option data here, but they're not showing this week's contracts on the page. You can still see there's a lot of in-the-money call options on 117, also 116 of 2 years out, not this next 117, but the next 2026. And there's only one contract for 11/8 of 2024. Interesting. They must have just opened up these contracts this morning because they're very, very shallow in volume. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME, are the only two I'm looking for on this page. None of which are on here. You'll see how I kind of marked out a similarity to what was happening yesterday with the VIX being crushed down, happening very shortly after the bond yields went up, and so we're seeing bond yields trending back up again this morning, and sure enough, we're seeing the VIX getting crushed down. It's at 1922 currently, with futures suggesting that it should be around 2037, so that's a full point higher than where it's actually at. The VIX crush down right now is driving down the futures. The futures were, I believe, a little bit higher than this earlier. So whatever attempt is occurring right now to try and drive down volatility seems to be perhaps maybe working a little bit as the futures are starting to drop a little. NASDAQ is up 0.45, Dow Jones is down 0.19, and the S&P 500 is up 0.16. We have 3,374 decliners to 1,957 advancers. The market is on fire. Hot lava, don't touch the floor, it'll burn your feet. Oh, you know what? Let me go back a page here. Sorry, I forgot to check what the spread was on the 2-year, 10-year. Earlier this morning, it was 0.142. Currently, it's 0.14. Not really much of a change. Three sectors are up for the day today. Two make sense. One is only up because somebody has to pump it up right now. Or else. Top two performing sector. Let's just name them all. Energy and utilities are recessionary sectors. They're up 0.63 and 0.58. Technology up 1.01. Actually, it dropped down to 0.92. But it is up. It's getting pumped right now. Somebody is pumping money into that like crazy. They can't afford for this to go down. If it goes down, so does the rest of the market. The rest of the sectors are all red. The worst performing two sectors of the day today are materials, followed by real estate. Of the Mag 7, wouldn't you know it? Some of the technology sector, some of the technologies are doing decent. 3 green. NVIDIA up 3.8%. Okay. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% are going to get a shout out. From yesterday's closing price, we have FRC down 23.08%. And let's see, that might be the only one. A lot of red on this page, but nothing moving majorly in one direction or the other. Gold is currently down 0.27, starting to see a little bit of volatility in contrast to where gold was running. It is with that volatility and that consolidation that's been happening in there. We are getting a current run to the top side. That may make a reversal. Watch for that Bollinger Band to get hit, but gold is definitely starting to take a little bit of a run here. The 52-week high is 26.85. It's at 26.51. Silver is down 0.11. Also seeing some volatility here at market open. Maybe a half hour after market open. And trending upwards. The 52-week high is 37.64. It's at 31.90 as a high for the day today. Ethereum Classic is up 0.19. Some volatility in here. I'm going to say overall it's trending upwards here with some volatility. The US dollar is currently up 0.4. We're starting to see some big runs on the US dollar that started right around 10.01. And I'm not quite sure what's going on here because the last reported minute is 10.04. But it is, the dollar started really moving at 10 o'clock this morning. If the dollar is trending up, the market should be trending down. I think it's just delayed reporting by 10 minutes. I don't know why I never noticed that before, but it looks like it's just delayed by 10 minutes. Oil is currently up 3.35, trending up. If this is usually trending up, so is the market. But in this particular case, oil prices are probably going up because you've got the ports that are under strike right now. So mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.17, gapping down in market open and kind of consolidating, it looks like, to down 0.2. Gapping down and consolidation still occurring. SPY is down 0.09 at that 10 o'clock mark. SPY, actually not at 10 o'clock. The SPY started moving at about 13 minutes after. It did start taking a tumble when the US dollar started trending. And if you'll notice, something happened right around 10:15, and I think they're trying to stop whatever this is that was going on here. Whatever broke at 10 o'clock this morning, somebody's trying to correct it right now, and it's not, it's making some big moves. VIX is up 1.75 at 1923, By the way, the VIX also, and it's because Weeble's late reporting. What again? You can see that the bond yields started to take a dip. There was we may have had an auction that may have occurred here, and there may have been a drop in bond yields, and the VIX started running as soon as that started happening. So there might be some volatility showing back up again here, uncontrollable volatility. There's got to be. I'm gonna have to do some investigating to seeing what exactly is going on around 10. My guess is it's got to be some kind of auction. It's got to be an auction of some sorts. But the Weeble's reporting 1.69% up today on VIX at 1922, with futures suggesting 2030. IWM is down 0.34. For the most part, consolidating with some volatility on either side of that consolidation price point of about 216. VB is down 0.43 and consolidating after a market open downtrend. Tesla is down 0.441 and initially opened up green and has been trending down since. Amazon is down 1.32. Initial market opened down, and then it started trending up. Then at that 10 o'clock time frame, 10:13, 10:14, it had a little bit of a quick dip. Cinemark was down 2.27. I think something happened right around 10 o'clock. Something triggered. Cinemark is down 2.27, trending down. Doge is down 0.97, trending up. Bitcoin is down 1.16, breaking a downtrend at 59.8K a coin and trending up. GME is up 0.57, started that downtrend probably at 10:10, and then started to recover at around 10:15 and consolidating right now. HYMC is up 4.66 and trending up. NCMI is down 2.22, trending down. Hood is down 0.62, consolidating. And AMC is down 0.75 and consolidating pretty close to where we were at in the pre-market this morning at 433, which is a level of support and resistance that we're hovering around right now. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day-to-day on AMC, about $100,000 more inflow than outflow. I was expecting pretty low volume this morning, guys. We had 7,000 shares traded in our pre-market pokey stick of volume. So really, really, really low amounts of volume. We've traded so far 1.56 million shares. After 49 minutes worth of trading. We're on a pace right now for about 12.49 million shares traded by the end of the day. The pace will obviously drop off throughout the day. 4-hour time interval, there's currently more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 36.17, which is slightly below average. A 1-hour time interval is showing more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 39.04, which is below average. On a 30-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 42, which is below average. On a 5-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 49.41, which is pretty much right down the middle. On a 1-hour Ichimoto, we got lagging line below price line, conversion below base, red cloud forming by the end of the day. In order to turn this into a buy signal on this 1-hour time interval, we got to get lagging line above price line before the end of the day is over, which is going to be about 450. At 450, we're going to be right about where the cloud's going to be at, and we would need to break up above 450 is where we need to break up above in order to break above the cloud before the end of the day is over. So 450 is the number I've got written down. For short-term buying, if we were to see a price run up to 450, that's where we would see the buying pressure starting to kick in from short-term investors. Lagging line on the 4-hour time interval for the day-to-day needs to break up above 458. At 458, it puts us into the cloud, which means we need to actually see a price above the cloud for the day-to-day to see some short-term investors buying pressure kick in, which is going to be about $4.70. So there's a 20-cent spread between the 1-hour and 4-hour time intervals on where that buying pressure is going to kick in at 450 or 470. Everything in between is going to be kind of an indecision point here. So you can see here at the bottom side of this red cloud here on the 4 hours, 450, 452, top side 469. So there's a dead zone, and more likely price will want to try and across a thinner portion of red cloud than a thicker portion. With that, I yield the rest of my time to the back of the big tramp. And I am probably going to head on out of here. Funky Pizza Pirate, good morning.
Good morning.
It's actually not real noisy up there yet.
Good morning.
Funky, are you flying? That sounded like...
I'm driving.
Oh, driving, okay. Well, you should have just said, yes, I'm flying. Flying down the highway.
Pretty much.
Good morning, Casey.
There was somebody who might be flying. Good morning.
Yeah, not today. In fact, can you see video if I do it?
Yeah, do you want me to share it?
Sure.
Oh. Yep, look at this.
Halloween is beginning.
Indeed it is. Look at that.
The bodies are about to be put together.
Look at that. How many, what do you got? 3? 4? 4 bodies?
4. Yeah, I made 4. I got one more this year, so I gotta build them, and then Dara's got a theme she wants to do this year.
Oh, you even got 2 dogs
yeah.
too. Is this
Yeah,
supposed to be representative of your family or what? What's the deal here?
No, just buying and putting it together.
Okay. Very nice.
No. But it takes so long to put these damn things together.
Yeah.
They love Halloween.
Some of y'all are throwing in some 741 references. It's been suggested that at one point or time or another that GameStop stock price surged by 741%, which coincided with significant events that was surrounding Ryan Cohen as the incoming chairman. On several occasions, Ryan Cohen has tweeted around 741. Let me just check something out real quick here and make sure that this is... Let me see if this is correct. I can't imagine that this one's true. Hold on a second. Let me just verify this real fast. Because this might have been some old lore here. Let's see if this is true. Is there a way to see? Okay, at one point or another, GameStop's YouTube channel used to have 741 videos. There's now 778. That's old lore. I just verified it. Let's see what else. Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon album spent 741 weeks on the Billboard Top 200. Also, 741 in legal and financial context in the 741 of the U.S. Bankruptcy Code deals with stockbroker liquidations.
Figure out. That's exactly it.
Interestingly enough.
We used to use forms, 741 forms, to track maintenance on aircraft.
Robert's saying Porsche had 74.1% ownership of VW when it squoze. Gonna make you look. I haven't verified that one. Let me see here. Let me check that out. I want to see if that's true. I'm seeing 31% in an article that I'm reading here. This article was published September 29th, 2021. So it's late information. But it says here, by March 2008, Porsche owned 31% of Volkswagen and confirmed at the time that it was not looking to increase its holdings to 75%, as was widely rumored. Speculation of going to 75% overlooks the realities of the shareholder structure of VW, Porsche said. In view of the fact that Lower Saxony, as second largest shareholder, owns 20% of VW, the probability of acquiring the necessary shares in free float is extremely low. Oh, here we go. I see it. At the end of last week's Porsche SE held 42.6% of the Volkswagen ordinary shares, and in addition, 31.5% in so-called cash-settled options relating to Volkswagen's ordinary shares to hedge against price risks, representing a total of 74.1%. As such, Porsche suddenly had the potential to control 74.1% of VW, combined with Lower Saxony's 20% holdings. Moreover, this meant that the amount of VW shares available to buy on the open market suddenly plunged to less than 6%. According to Porsche, however, it was not attempting to acquire VW fully, but it did acknowledge that it had decided to make this announcement after it became clear that there are by far more short positions in the market than expected. Very, very interesting. 74.1. There it is. Robert Moore, thank you. I do like to verify stuff like that, and just because I get it in one article doesn't necessarily mean that's. I want to just go on record as saying that this is just one article, and I did not specifically. This is written by internationalbanker.com, History of Financial Crisis, the Volkswagen Short Squeeze 2008. So I don't know the validity behind this, but I can provide you guys the link if you want to read it yourself. There's more to it than just that. I just read off a certain portion. The search that I did for that was how much ownership in VW did Porsche have when it squoze? And that was the first thing that popped up. It might be possible to go back and actually look at filings to see. Well, I don't. They would be international filings, though. It might be a little bit harder than I would expect. I'm probably not going to go do it. It's going to take too much time. You know, the goal and ownership, the goal might be here for investors to hold 74.1% of the company, which I'm sure is already the case, by the way. But perhaps maybe between a couple specific individuals, if they can hold 74.1% of the company shares, then perhaps it might be possible that that's a lot. Perhaps something will happen. I don't know. All right. Lots of thumping going around outside. I need to pee, and I'm going to take off. Take off, eh?
Casey, what did they bring in to haul the debris off? Did they bring in one of those little mini dumpsters, or do they have a little dump truck, little single axle?
I think it's a dual axle, but it's
okay.
But it is a trailer. Yeah.
A trailer. Right.
Yeah.
Two,
a trailer
two
attached.
Yep.
Attached to a pickup truck.
That's standard. Yep.
Yeah.
Very good.
And why should it have been something different, or should I be worried?
No, I'm just curious. I was just curious.
Okay.
I like it. Just satisfy my curiosity. There's two ways they can go, and those towable trailers have become standard in the industry now.
They brought 8 guys to do the job.
That's a good crew. Yeah, that's a good crew.
So my guess is that 1 day time span that they were suggesting that they would get it done by. I feel like with 8 people, you should probably get it done in 1 day. I don't know. I've never had a roof replaced, but I feel like 8 guys is a lot.
That's a good crew.
I would imagine that I don't know what do you think is most time consuming about the whole process?
Putting the new shingles down.
Okay.
The tear off goes fast. The removal goes quick.
Yeah.
The only thing that becomes time consuming is if they find a unexpected amount of wood rot.
Yeah, so I asked them to, when they got down to the point to where they were going to replace boards, I asked them to have me come out and take pictures, because I told them, I said,
good man.
I said, if you get to a point to where, when you get to that point, I just want to come up and take pictures, because if I have to submit another insurance
supplemental claim,
yeah, then I'll need to have footage or pictures to be able to submit to them to show them that there was more than just 4 planks or 4 boards that needed to be replaced. Sheets. Thank you. I couldn't think of the term. 4 sheets that needed to be replaced on there. So they said, yeah, not a problem. So as soon as they get to that point, I'm going to be heading up there to check it out. And I would imagine it's getting close to that. I'm going to go. I was talking about burgers. And then Melissa said, let's just get pizza. It's so much easier. So we're gonna go grab some pizza at Costco and bring it back a little bit later today. Because I started thinking about the I was, if we're gonna do burgers, it would suck to just have just cheeseburgers and that's it. You want tomato, lettuce, and then now it's a full on production. So. Just be
so you're going to Costco?
Pizza. Yeah, I'm going to go to Costco. Why?
Grab some toilet paper.
No, he's giving you good
only
advice.
If I need it.
Pirate said yesterday that they've already started the silliness with the ports closing.
Yeah.
Yep.
I sold out at my Costco.
I'm not doing it unless I need it. I refuse to be one of those people. It's ridiculous. It's just absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, I don't. I have a shower. Showers are nice too. Yeah.
And they limited mine to two cases of water.
Yeah, that's been. I feel like the 2 cases of water thing is kind of on and off every once in a while, just kind of depending on what's happening. But yeah, I hear you. VIX is up to 20.17 on Webull. It shot back up and is at 20 right now on TradingView. TradingView is a little bit more timely on their reporting. Bond yields are so. Pirate, did you hear me talking about bond yields earlier this morning?
No, I slept
All right.
in this morning. I missed a good bit of the show.
Do you have your thinking cap on right now, or do you feel like it's still a little too early?
No, I'm good to go. Let it rip, Tater Chip.
All right. Well, let me show you the conversation that I had. I'm going to post this up on the main screen here. Or if you want me to just link it to you.
Whatever is convenient.
So, expound the profound. And by the way, I'm not trying. There's nothing disparaging meant by anything that I'm saying here. I'm trying to understand this concept here. Is what this is. This is not me trying to discredit anybody or, huh?
Why is Pirate always the favorite?
I'm sorry. Well, I wasn't really a favorite. It was just.
Hey, JJ, is your thinking cap on? Oh, fire away, KC.
Well, you have to have it. You have to own a thinking cap to begin with.
Oh.
There we go. There we go.
Hey, JJ, or anybody got your thinking cap on this morning? I would be more than happy to hear your perspective on this. I don't know. I really don't want perspectives. I really want to know. Like, I want to understand this to be. I want to understand what I'm not understanding. I guess is what I'm trying to say.
I'm here to help.
Awesome. I'm trying to understand. You know, the idea here is that the Fed's purposely crushing down the VIX, and I want to know how. I want to understand, like, what are they doing specifically that would allow them to do that, and expound the profound, cutting through the BS one layer at a time profile from Twitter. Posted this up here. It's just a long name. That's why I'm laughing. He says the planners are gaming the VIX by moving bond yields in overnight. They limit the impact on the VIX, but during trading session, bonds are bought, likely by G7 banks, to weaken the dollar during the trading sessions. So weakening the dollar would see the dollar dropping, not rising, right? So blue line goes up. He's pointing to a blue line on this here. He says blue line goes up, yields go down. Weakening dollar equals Zimbabwe equals stock go up, VIX go down. So if you look at this chart here, he's got does he have what these titles are? He's got TLT showing up as the blue line. I don't see what the green line is. Oh, that's just a drawing he did. What is the yellow line? The yellow line is not represented either. I think those are all just more drawings that he did on where it's moving at. He just simply outlined all the yellow. Purple is the UVIX, which is what he kind of references to me here in a second. And then QQQ is the red line. So I asked the question. I said, and I'm not trying to be argumentative. I truly want to understand, but how does a complex formula based on option contracts up to 30 days out have anything to do with bond purchases to crush the VIX?
That's my point.
To crush the VIX.
Bonds. Yeah. Go ahead.
To crush the VIX, you'd need to sell future VIX contracts or buy significant long S&P 500 positions. And so he went into a really long explanation. He said, which was awesome. He says, totally fine. Thank you for the question. He says, UVIX is a futures bet, which I get that. I understand that. The Fed cannot directly trade futures, but they can trade ETFs. So they short the UVIX. This puts downward pressure on long-dated VIX. Anyone holding put leaps is going to feel that exponential premium rot and cover, which puts upward pressure on the stonks. I think when he says stonk, he's referring to the market, stocks in general. In effect, the Fed forces everyone to zero DTE. This helps them as well as sell debt. Both the Fed and the Treasury have mountains to move. They want foreigners to buy it because it weakens the dollar and puts further pressure to push the stocks up. Stocks then begin to behave at first like a tornado, sucking capital out of foreign markets, and then like a hurricane out of peer competitors like China and Russia. A weaker dollar then makes U.S. energy more affordable than energy sold in China exchanges in yuan. it also makes exports from overseas begin to prohibitively expensive for importers like Walmart, Target, Lowe's, Walgreens, etc. Anyone with a business dependent on foreign imports better have a really good, gosh darn, currency hedging desk, or the company is effed. But most importantly, in Zimbabwe, currency there is no recession. You cannot have a rescission if currency drops 100%. In a currency war, it's beggar thy neighbor. Domestic production suddenly becomes cheap and foreign production expensive. Opposing governments will likely then do some devaluation, and it's off to the races who can F their own people the hardest. Currency devaluations are the final death rows before an economy collapses. Devaluations F the poors and makes asset holders rich, certain asset holders, in quotation or in parentheses. But in the end, nothing changed except the value of the currency got destroyed. When people don't have jobs or they are dumpster diving to afford food or shorting each other on the street to survive, you will know that the game is up. And I said, to summarize, to take everything he just said in a really short manner of speaking, I said, to summarize, the Fed lowering bond yields causes more buying of long positions in the market, which in turn causes institutions to short the UVIX for profit, thus creating a downforce on volatility. If this is correct, then why are we seeing intraday increases to yields? And that's the part that I'm having a problem with, because what I'm actually seeing in the marketplace, and I'm still waiting for a response on him on that, because what I'm seeing right now happening is I'm seeing bond yields rising and the VIX getting crushed on bond yields rising, which doesn't make any sense at all. Because I mean, everything that he stated made total sense to me. But every single morning we've been waking up here, we're seeing the bond yields rising and the VIX getting crushed, almost immediately after that. Not immediately, but almost immediately after. Right? And that makes no sense to me. It should be the other way around. Like what he said, bond yields should drop. If they get the bond yields to drop, then they're forcing institutions to go long on stocks. If they go long on stocks, then that's going to cause somebody to want to short the UVIX, because everything's going long. That's crushing volatility. So you short the UVIX, which is going to inherently drive down the VIX and crushes it. But that's not what's happening. We're seeing the exact opposite. We're seeing bond yields go up, and the VIX is getting crushed as a result. So what's happening? I don't get it.
My first thought is that it goes back to correlation doesn't equal causation. I think he might be looking for a connection where none exists. I'm with you. I find it hard to believe that, first of all, I don't see that it's all that beneficial for them to manipulate the VIX one way or the other. I mean,
Well, it's but if you want to stop, so first off, the VIX is showing you that there's volatility in the marketplace. And if there's volatility in the marketplace and it creates fear, right? It's a fear index, right? So if you're creating fear, if fear is being created in the marketplace and there's no stability, then if you just let it go, it's going to cause havoc. It will cause havoc because the market's not assured that somebody's doing something to stop the volatility.
but isn't it though, like having the tail? They're trying to have the tail wag the dog. The VIX is just an indicator.
Well,
It's like a tachometer on your fucking car. It just shows you how fast the engine's revving.
sure.
You can have volatility to the upside. The whole thing reads like it's all about suppression, but
No. Well,
you can have volatility on an explosion up as well. Doesn't necessarily volatility doesn't just mean downward movement.
but what he's saying is right though, because if you see long positions starting to show up, it's not going to create It's going to destroy volatility. Nobody's going to want to take a short side if a market's going to run. Right? So that's less volatility. So they're like he said, they're going to close their positions if they think the market's going to run. You wouldn't want to be caught in a situation where you're holding short on a really massive spike in price movement. So So that he's right in that aspect that it would force by doing what they're he's suggesting with the yields, it should create buying pressure in the marketplace, which would destroy that volatility. Those are some of the key aspects to destroying volatility is forcing buying pressure, or I guess the other option to that would be to physically short the VIX yourself, which they can't do. They can't really do that. I mean, somebody could, but the Fed can't. At least I don't think they can. I can't imagine.
Well, the games that are being played with the Fed by Jerome Powell with this these claims that we were going to come in for a soft landing, and that inflation's in check, and that unemployment's not that bad, and all the indicators show that it's time for them to start to make the moves that they've been making. They're really anybody who's paying attention to this understands that Jerome Powell's in a no-win situation. He's been checkmated. It's just a matter. There's no good way out. All this bullshit about a soft landing is just that. It's bullshit. So it's just a matter of what happens first. So you got these rates again. And in order to make things appear like the economy is doing well, they have to keep the free money spigot turned on, or at least the very low cost money. But that comes with a price. It's been proven time and time again. When you pump, more money into the system, you have less goods available to be bought. You have interest rates going up. Consider for this for a moment, if you will. Right now, he just come out and they just did a modest change to the basis points. What was it, 0.25? Whatever, I don't even remember what the last one was, but they announced that they're going to do at least another half a basis point by the end of the year, and another one next year. So they've already signaled their intention to cut rates at the very same time that you've got like a port closing down. You're going to limit the amount of goods coming into the country. What part of that says lower inflation? What part of that entire scenario means that prices will go down? I don't see any possibility of that. I see prices going skyrocketing. And how the bonds react to that, I'm not qualified to say. I don't know enough about the bond market, but I understand that the bond market trades off of interest rates. It's about the idea was fairly simple, was that you took something that was supposed to be, you limited your upside, but you got a certain guarantee of a return going forward. So you limited your profits in exchange for security. But now they're having a hard time providing the security.
So I just looked to see, because I really didn't know what time the bond auctions occur. Just out of, because my mind is racing in a million different directions right now, because especially with all this pounding going on. I don't even know if you guys can hear the pounding in the background or not. But,
no, not a sound, not a peep of it's coming through.
The opening bond auction, it's debilitating in my head. Opening bond auction starts at 4 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, and the core bond auction starts at 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. U.S. Treasury auctions vary. $20 and 30-year bond auctions are announced in February, May, August, and November. Let's see here. I'm trying to figure out if there's like some, because I feel like 10 o'clock. Treasury note auctions. Treasury bond auctions for longer-term securities such as 10-year and 30-year Treasury bonds can also occur around 11 a.m. Eastern. These auctions are closely watched by investors because they provide insights into government borrowing costs and investor demand for long-term debt. Let me look at this.
See, that's the problem. They're asking people, they're trying to sell bonds, and the bonds don't pay anything. I'm being a little overly simplistic, but they're going out to people and saying, please buy these savings bonds, buy these bonds. They pay X amount of dollars, but it's not enough. And anybody with a calculator can say, well, that's not worth tying my money up for that period of time, especially and bonds are, there's a market for those. You don't have to hold them till maturity. If you can sell them, if the opportunity presents itself for you to, they become worth more. But the opposite of that's true as well. You can be stuck with them in an environment where they're worth less going forward. And this is a problem when when we're at the bottom of the barrel, when you've already used up when they've already played all the games they can to try to manipulate things. You find yourself where we're at now, which is there's no way out for them. A byproduct of this is that they're killing savers. They're destroying anybody who tried to put any real money away, just hard cash, not assets, just cash aside for a rainy day. They've been shitting on those people for the better part of 10 or 15 years, and that's going to continue going forward. So they've discouraged saving any money in any real sums of money. So that forces you to buy either assets or hard assets like real estate or speculative assets like gold or the stock market.
All right, but check this out. Oh, go ahead. Finish your thought. I don't want to. Sorry. Go ahead.
All I was going to say was that, but the end result is you still have an environment that doesn't reward you for saving any money. They can't raise the rates. That's why they're going the other directions right now, because if they raise the rates, they're screwing the banks. See, I don't want to beat the dead horse. I think this is what this is all about. I think the banks, and not just Bank of America, they keep saying that Janet Yellen and the rest of them, they never miss an opportunity to say the banks are strong, the banks are well funded. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm sure they told us a lot of shit too.
Yeah.
So my argument is, I don't think the banks are well funded at all. I think they're underwater. It's gloom and doom, happy fun pirate shit. I think they're done, and I think it's reached a point to where they're they have such an incestuous relationship with the Fed and the government in regards to debt that where we're bankrupt. I think what we're seeing is the telltale signs of a country that all the chickens are coming home to roost in terms of all this unchecked spending for all these years. For my entire life, I've heard that we can't do this forever. We can't do this forever. And I'm 58 years old. I've been hearing it since I was 8. Well, I'm like, well, they keep saying that, but we keep doing it. Well, there's a very real possibility that the end is near. We're right there to where our government is, for all intents and purposes, bankrupt. And the first place that would show is in our banking. I know that's not a very pleasant thought to think of on a sunny Thursday morning, but it's just my thought. Something's going on big right now with Bank of America. Everybody knows it.
Yeah.
And it's not just, there's something happening. And we have said long on this program, we have talked for a couple years now about how this really lies with the banks. It's not just a function of the kids.
They have been my number one.
It's not just Citadel. Yeah, it's not just Citadel or Andrew left. It's the banks that they do business with.
Bank of America has been in my go-to like major grievance out of all the banks that are out there. Yeah. Let me read something real quick here, if you don't mind. This says...
I just want to add, I agree with Pirate. I just want to add that I agree.
Okay. Thank you.
I agree with Pirate. Okay, I'm out.
Well, now I'm not so sure of my thesis. Now I'm second guessing my whole fucking.
Importance of treasury auctions. So JJ, you might want to stick around for this. You want to take any guesses where I'm getting this from?
Yahoo!
The best place to get data.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
yep.
hello?
It's the best in the world.
Yahoo Finance.
FinanceYahoo.com. Yep.
Where else?
Of course. So let's take this with a grain of salt. I mean, there are some things they can get right, like fundamental known issues.
The date. I go there if I want to know what day it is. The header on the top of their screen shows the date. They get that right sometimes.
There are some.
Kramer was right. Kramer's been right once or twice.
Well, yeah, every clock's got right twice a day, right?
Right.
So the purpose. So this is important. This is a little piece here that I'm reading called. Actually, why it says it's entitled "Why Treasury Auctions Impact Investors." And I just got to a section here. It says importance of treasury auctions. The purpose of treasury auctions is to obtain financing from markets at the most competitive cost. The yield on these securities is determined through a public auction process. These yields affect the secondary market for U.S. Treasuries. Yields and bond prices move in opposite directions. Changes in U.S. Treasury yields also affect other debt investments. They affect U.S. corporate debt and overseas governments' sovereign debt. These yields are quoted as a spread over treasuries depending on their risk profiles. Lower risk corporate or foreign debt would have a lower spread and vice versa. So this is kind of explaining a little bit about what that Twitter account was referencing. As a result, treasury yields affect the performance of fixed income exchange traded funds like iShares 20-year Treasury Bond ETF TLT and Vanguard's Total Bond Market ETF BND. The iShares iBox Dollar High Yield Corporate Bond ETF and the iShares iBox Dollar Investment Grade Corporate Bond Fund LQD, the iShares JP Morgan USD Emerging Market Bond ETF, and the ProShares Ultra 7 to 10 year Treasury ETF UST. They also impact returns on stock market ETFs like iShares Core S&P 500 ETF IVV. Treasury yields are used as a proxy for the risk-free rate. They're used to determine equity risk premiums. And this, and then it goes on to talk about like other things I can read here, but this is so. I think that like they're used to determine equity risk premiums. So is it potentially possible that the higher the equity risk premium, the more difficult it is to control a market? If you don't have the funds?
Maybe.
So if these auctions, these treasury auctions don't go the way in the direction that's desired, that could be these 10 o'clock Eastern Standard Time moves that we're seeing. And part of the reason by potentially we're seeing these yields changing like we're seeing them intraday, eventually causing.
I might be wrong on this, KC, but I read one time. Don't fillet me if I'm mistaken. People can check for themselves. The way I understand it, to participate, if you're an institution that wants to participate in buying these at these auctions, part of your agreement, I don't know if it's contractual or how the rules are set up, but the way I understand it was, if they don't sell out all of their offerings at the auction, the participants are forced to buy them at minimums. And the idea being is that they say, listen, if you're here, I guess through the good times, you got to stick with us through the bad times. So we let you guys, you have a privilege. You're privileged to be sitting at this table and have the first opportunity to buy, these bonds. That can be profitable for you going forward, but we're going to need you to stick with us in our bad times. And the way I read it was that if they don't bid them, if they don't get enough bids to buy, that at the end of the auction, whoever the participants are, they just have to divide those up amongst themselves and buy them, or they have to buy a minimum. Yeah, and I've read that the last few auctions that they've taken place, they've had to do that. So that shows you how bad. I guess where I'm going with this is a long way around saying that it's so bad that people don't want the bonds, but they're being forced to take them. And there's a tell in that.
There's a term. I'm trying to remember the term for it. What you're talking about. It's escaping me right now. But that's just because it's not the world that I'm used to traveling in. I guess.
But you read the same. But you read the same thing, that if they don't buy them, they have to.
I've heard that if I remember correctly, there is some point at they continue to change the rates to entice buyers. But I believe that there is like a point at which that stops, I think. And I think you're right.
Melina is sharing, and I think now that Melina mentioned this, I think that's what I remembered as well. It's not the participants, but the auction house themselves.
Right.
So there's no such thing as unsold. It would be like Budweiser bringing me 2 truckloads of beer, and then I run a beer sale, but I have to buy whatever beer I don't sell. Thank you, Melina. I think you're correct. Now that you mentioned that, that is the way I read it.
I'm telling you, we have some really smart people here, and that hide. They hide in the background. Stop hiding, you smart people.
Well, a lot of that is a result of Hayden being here. A lot of people don't want to be associated with him. So when it's obvious that he's participating, everyone else is going to shrink backwards a little bit.
Like, stop hiding, you smart people. Grove says, when do we get the picks, Casey? You're leaving soon? I don't know. Let me look. I don't think Cal sent me anything yet this morning. And so I already have my pick for today. I already know what my pick's going to be. But I got to wait for Cal to send those out to me. So, I mean, he usually does seem to kind of show up somewhere around now. It is 10 o'clock, and I'm going to go run through the numbers real quick here. And I'm going to take off because I don't even know if I can continue to, like, I'm having a hard time thinking with all this thumping going around and stuff. Do I want to post that article up for you guys to read? I guess you can read this if you want. I hate referencing Yahoo though.
You can be a little jealous. You know, we have hours of nothing but crickets. I don't know. Is it too much of an effort for you to give us a little peek at your roof? I mean, you got to go up there and look around anyhow. Why can't you just carry your phone and give us a little look-see what's going on up there?
I mean, I can't. How could I do that? Yeah, I can do that with Discord, but nobody else would be able to hear it if I logged in through my phone on the YouTube, because it switches. It switches over from my computer to my phone. So it would only go to the people who are in the back of the big tramp, unfortunately. Numbers. One last time, then I'm taking off. Let's see here. I take you guys over to the other screen here. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. 1 second. Yeah. I like learning, but I don't. Sometimes when things are a little bit more complex, I want somebody to teach me than for me to try and figure out on my own, because sometimes it's just a little bit easier that way. I'm sure you guys understand what I mean by that. I feel like we all probably go through that at some time or another. Preacher says you need to make a new Discord account for your phone. Yeah, I know, man. Except for I just feel like it's like being dishonest by like having like multiple accounts. But I know I had already thought about that as an option. I don't want to. It's probably really simple to do too. All right, numbers. I already knew what I needed to do. Yeah, I already knew that. I just didn't want to get to it.
Wait a second. Are you saying DFV can have an alternate and you can't? How's that fair?
Yeah, well, I don't know.
And I just call it cold steel bop and get it over with, man.
Old steel bop? More like. Hey.
You caught that?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
Let's take a look at these numbers here. I appreciate that. Thank you. I'll consider it. Let me see what we got going on here as far as off exchange go. Normally by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 60% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. Currently, we have 60.41% alone going through off exchange. EDGX is at 5.15 for a grand total 65.56% of our volume going through those exchanges, or 5.56% more volume than I would expect by this time of the day. CHX volume is 433 shares. Nothing unusual about that value. Let's take a look at what am I looking at here? What is this? Oh man, they changed up their website now. Interesting. Let's take a look at shares having been borrowed so far for the day today. Since earlier this morning, no new shares have been borrowed or returned. Fees are still sitting at 1.5% with 1.1 million shares available to borrow. Rebate at 3.33. And the total amount of shares IBKR has reported since 2045 being borrowed is 300,000. On GME, CHX volume for the day, 900 shares. Borrowing amount of shares available is at 500. It does appear that there has been some more shares borrowed. But I think I think I counted these already earlier this morning. Let me just check and verify real quick here. Yeah, I already counted them. 400,000 shares borrowed according to IBKR since 2045 yesterday. Fees are at 0.4. There's 500,000 shares available and a rebate of 4.43. Taking a look at Vortex. Man, the pounding is just so distracting for me. An hour ago, there was 396,000 shares having been borrowed, according to Ortex on AMC. There's now 224,000 shares. That's going to cause the estimated short-term interest of the free float to maybe slightly drop. It's at 15.26% now. Cost to borrow min's at 0.83, average is 0.91, and max is 2.75. The total amount of shares on loan is 62.61 million shares. That's 7.29 million shares less on loan today than there was yesterday. And Ortex is estimating about 950,000 of that was in returned short interest. Taking a look at GME, there was 648,000. I'm sorry, there was 428,000 shares borrowed as of an hour ago. It's now 648,000 shares. It's going to raise the estimated short-term interest of the free float to 9.96%. The cost per hour ends at 0.51, average 0.89, and max 4.35. Total shares on loan, 50.77 million shares on loan today on GME. Options. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day today on AMC has been at a $4.50 strike for both the calls and the puts. There was 1,000 contracts on calls an hour ago. It's now 1.8 thousand contracts. The highest amount of puts coming in at a $4.50 strike. There was 294 contracts in volume. It's now 425. Market's still suggesting a closing price somewhere between 425 and 475 by the end of the day. It's at 433 currently. Options on GME. Highest amount of call volume was at a $22 strike. Highest amount of put volume at 21. That is still... There's actually just a slight bit more volume now at 23 than there is 22. It's neck and neck. So we'll go with the 22s right now. And then the puts, highest amount of volume at 21. Market's really kind of targeting like 21.50. And it's at 21.34. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are the only ones I'm looking for on this list. I love the fact that the market's pushing the Mag 7, but retail's selling it. I think that's really funny. Go market. Go retail. Let's see here. The MMRI an hour ago was 240.76. It's now 242.13. We are seeing more added risk in the marketplace. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond yields. The 10-year is 3.821. The 2-year 3.677. The spread is 0.144. It was 0.14 an hour ago. So not too much of a change. You can see the VIX currently at 20.31. We got the yields rising on these bonds, but it did start to crush the VIX down, but then the yields went up even more, and all of a sudden the VIX started taking off. It started skyrocketing. Now you're starting to see the yields starting to trend down. We'll have to see what ends up happening here. Again, I wish I could understand what all this means. It is loud. NASDAQ is down 0.24, Dow Jones is down 0.62, and the SP 500 is down 0.34. We have 1,725 advancers to 4,029 decliners. The market's more declining this hour than it was an hour ago. And on hot lava fire, watch out, don't touch the floor, it'll burn your feet. Death punch is in. Sectors that are doing well for the day today. Top two sectors is energy and utilities. The worst two performing sectors happen to be consumer discretionary followed by materials. Of the Mag 7, 2 are green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since yesterday's closing will get a shout out. We have FRC down 23%. That's about it. Nothing else to list off. A lot of red in there. Gold is currently down 0.23, but still trending upwards. Silver is down 0.25, trending up as well. Ethereum Classic is trending down. It's down 0.71%. The US dollar is up 0.34, trending up. Oil is up 6.12, trending up. We're seeing big jumps on oil here, and this is gonna impact all of us in gas prices. Mortgage-backed securities are down 0.19 and consolidating anywhere from 0.19 to 0.21. And SPY is down 0.33 and trending down, getting ever so close to that 565.14 level of support that I've got listed in here. And if we break down below that, look out below. VIX currently up 8.99% at 20.6, with futures suggesting that it should be somewhere around 21.15. Futures are leading the VIX back upwards. IWM is down 0.85 and trending down. VB is down 0.78, trending down. Tesla is down 2.37, trending down. Amazon's down 1.52, consolidating after a trend down. Cinemark is down 3.8%, trending down. Doge is down 3.46, trending down. Bitcoin is down 2.03, trending down. GameStop is down 0.87, consolidating after a trend down. HYMC is up 1.53, trending down. NCMI is down 2.88, trending down. Hood is down 2.39, trending down, and AMC is down 0.92 and consolidating. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day. We have approximately $200,000 more inflow than outflow. 2.15 million shares traded so far. We've got 105 minutes in trading for the day today. We're on a pace right now for about 7.98 million shares traded. I just want to mention to you guys, we had 7,000 shares traded with our Pokey Stick of Volume, including our Pokey Stick of Volume today. I'm trying to remember a time where it's been that low, and I quite honestly can't remember one. I feel like it's, I don't feel like maybe we hit a record low in volume today. I don't know. We didn't start off the morning that way, but it is already at a pace for 7.98%, and it's looking like it's going to continue to drop. 4-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 36.04, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 39.23, which is below average. On a 30-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 44.29, which is below average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure. A little bit of whipsaw kind of going on since around 10 o'clock this morning on buying and selling pressure on AMC. But currently more selling pressure on RSI at 51.19, which is smack dab in the middle. You can see we're flirting with that 433 level of support and resistance. It's been it's been both for us today. With that, I yield the rest of my time to the back of the big tramp, and I'm going to punch out for now. Grove says, did oil get halted? I don't think so. Can't imagine. I haven't seen a halt yet. So first thing you can, when you're looking at this, whenever you're looking at something, like just look at the how much the price has changed for the day. I mean, it's at 6.58% for the day today. That's not even close to what you would need to have in order for it to have halted at any given point. So, you need a much higher move in a shorter period of time, in like 5 minutes. All right. Take you guys back to the main page. Oh, Sonny says it sounds like you got the shoes in the dryer. Well, at least you guys could hear it now. But
I'm
it's
going to
much
make
louder.
a prediction that they told you that they were going to need approximately 6 sheets to replace. I'm going to say that they used no more than 2.
4.
Oh, they said 4?
They said 4.
Okay. I'll still cut that in half, though. I'm still going to go with 2.
And I don't think that there's any way that they will do less than 4, only because the 4 that I saw
spots
need to be replaced. So they better be replacing all 4, because I'm going to go up there and I'm going to be looking at it, because I already told them I wanted to be up there for that part. So I'm going to go up there. I'm going to look at it. If there's anything up there that looks like it needs replacing, I'll be like, I want that done too. All right, I gotta go pee. It's time. Let me sign off here.
Off you go then.
Yep. I'll see you guys later.
Hayden, it's funny that people are hoarding the toilet paper, because unless I'm mistaken, our toilet paper doesn't come from overseas. I think that's one of the few things that we make domestically. I could be wrong on that, but I'm quite certain that toilet paper is made right here in the good old U.S. So I'm all about hoarding. I can see somebody, I'm all about the whole hoarding thing. Hey, you don't want to be the only guy that can't wipe his ass, but I don't think toilet paper is going to be one of the things. Now, if somebody's going, what's that?
I think it's Kimberly Clark here in the Oklahoma area that makes paper goods, toilet paper, things like that.
Now, if you're going to be in the market for, say, a refrigerator, freezers, washer and dryer, televisions, footwear, and a lot of that's going to come through the West Coast from China. So I guess what you'd have to do, if you really wanted to try to get ahead of what's going to be a shortage, you got to kind of figure out what's coming from Europe. And I'm not that educated. I'm not that up to date on what we import from, and I guess South America, Africa, all that could come up through the Atlantic, I guess. bananas. I can tell you that the bananas all come north from those plantations and the land on the eastern seaboard. So I guess it wouldn't be limited to just bananas. People ask themselves, how can you get a tomato in December in New York City? It's because it was grown somewhere else. So maybe we could ask Audio Tits.
Yeah, man. So lots of Canada and greenhouses. There's lots grown in Mexico. There's a quick, simple season that comes through Florida. So you guys produce some strawberries too, but you know, from the south there, all your offshore, what we call offshore, is melons, cantaloupes, honeydew, watermelons, pineapples. Not all avocados, but the majority of your commodity avocados are all come from bananas, obviously, Guatemala. Lots and lots and lots of that stuff.
So would you agree that there's a possibility that we could see shortages if the strike is prolonged? We could indeed see some shortages of those items.
Yeah, I mean, there's intermittent shortages because of just raw product changing. This field's tired and doesn't produce. That field's not ready yet. So you see intermittent, what we call gaps. But I don't know really what all is going to be affected from the eastern side there. From the central, man, that's going to be a tough one for all of the products coming offshore. Edibles, anyway. The short answer is you can expect to pay more for your tomato in New York City that you were talking about.
Milk and collagen.
So what did you call the office?
Yeah, call the office and text Zach. It's like triple book this week and next week. I said, hey, so he needs to go see that masseuse. That's probably the best bet because that's not as dramatic.
Nobody's saying that last week a dry needle would relieve pressure.
All right, what's it about with this? And get my tea a minute.
I've never really given much thought. I wonder what fills those containers. I don't know what makes up the bulk of those the clients for those bulk containers. On the California coast, it'd be real easy to to ferret out. I'm not as well read about concerning imports from Europe. I should probably educate myself a little bit more on that. I would imagine wine, champagnes. I think I read one time that we import a lot of leather goods from overseas. I do know there's some agricultural equipment, some farm equipment that's made along the lines of hay balers, planters, fertilizer applicators. Some of that comes from Europe. I do know that a lot of your lumber, hardwood lumber, I'm not talking about dimensional lumber like 2x4s and things used in basic construction, but more of your exotic woods like teak. A lot of the lumber that comes from the Brazilian forest that's used for fine furniture, things of that nature. I know a great deal of that is imported. It's going to create some hardships, some headaches for military personnel, because when you get stationed overseas, when you spend time in the military, you're automatically obligated to do what's called a short tour and a long tour, meaning you have to go somewhere for like 2 years. And then eventually you have to go somewhere, I think, for a 4-year, what's called PCS, permanent change of station. And of course, I'm referring to the guys who are lifers, people who spend their career in the military, not someone who just goes in for one hitch and gets out. But that's another matter. But as a result of that, these guys who get sent to Italy or excuse me, Germany, one of our European bases, and they have to move there, the government moves all of their belongings, everything, your furniture, you even take your car. You're allowed to take a car, they'll ship your vehicle, all sorts of things. And all of that is containerized, shipped over there. And then obviously when they return, when they finish with their obligations there, and they swap out with another guy. So there's a steady flow of containers full of personal belongings for the military that are constantly flowing over and back. So that's going to be hard on somebody. Robert Moore says, this could be one of those strikes that bites them in the ass. We, the people, realize what we need and do not need imported. Also, attendees, look, I've went on record concerning my ideas about unions and their role in the modern world. And this this concept of, from what I understand, these guys have some pretty well-paying jobs. And what they're really up against is automation. So it's at the very time when you think that they would be ingratiating themselves with business owners in an effort to show that manpower is superior than robot power, and that going forward that they would be value added. They're, in my opinion, they're doing the opposite. They're demanding increasing wages for a job that could be made extinct through automation. And I question the logic of that. And then at the risk of going off on a rant on unions in general, I would just point out that look how it worked out for Detroit. We used to be Detroit, Michigan used to be the hub of the automotive world. Everything evolved around Detroit, and that's not the case anymore. And it was in large part because of unions. Unions drove the automotive industry out of Detroit and into Mexico, Korea, China, Japan, and all of that. So I'm watching with eager interest to see how it all plays out. It's odd. Anytime I read some of these rants that are in support of these unions that take part in this, it reminds me of when we switched from horse to the automobile. Can you imagine all the guys who ran blacksmith shops, or the guys who were farriers that did horseshoes for horses and made leather goods and saddles? All of them, at a time when the automotive industry was just starting out. Henry Ford making a car available for everyone, even the people of modest means. It was obvious that the entire country was changing in terms of what was available for transportation. A giant leap forward and an advancement, if you will. And I can't imagine them running around, going on strike, demanding more money. But that's kind of what I see happening here.
Hey, Pirate.
Yes, sir.
Have you ever, okay. I know the biggest part about having labor, not actually labor, it's all the costs of labor, Social Security, health care, blah, blah, blah.
Workman's comp is a huge one.
Workman's comp.
It's huge, huge expense.
You know where I'm going with it. Not just the hour, not just the hour wage that those guys are getting paid.
It's the loaded cost. Yep.
The loaded costs. And they want these guys. So these guys are asking for a pay raise, which, okay, I don't know when their last one was, but obviously they've got some leverage. Do you think, and I've never read anything about it, that's why I was wondering if you'd looked into it. Are these computer cranes? I guess that's what they're talking about, right? Are they that much quicker than a person operating those things?
Yeah, the simple answer is yes. And they're, it's not just quicker, even if it's the same speed, it's really a function of economics. You
It's
touched
not
on
paying
it.
attention
You
to healthcare,
don't have to give a computer operated crane that runs off software. It doesn't call in sick. It doesn't. Yeah, exactly. You don't have to contribute to a matching 401k. You don't have to provide family leave if the crane's wife gets pregnant and the guy wants to stay home for 3 months. It's all about what is most efficient. A crane doesn't work an 8-hour shift and go home. A crane doesn't need Christmas off. An automated, when I say crane, I mean automated. So a crane doesn't get hurt on the job and have to go seek medical attention and then be paid a salary for the rest of his life because he got hurt on the job site. All of that is baked in to a business owner's financial calculations on how he prices his product, or time, or what have you.
That's what I
So
figured it was all.
imagine if you can take all of that out of the system. And then, at the risk of beating a dead horse, I'll add one other thought. This has already been done. These ports already exist. It's not like self-driving cars where you're breaking new ground. These, in other parts of the world, they already have these ports that are automated. I don't want to say they don't have any employees, but the concept of stevedores, and which is a fancy name for a longshoreman or a dock worker, the guys who unload the boats. They've taken that out. Because if you think about it, anything that's repetitive, the ship pulls in, the ship docks, it parks in the same spot every time. The boxes are stacked up the same way, just like stacking up cases of beer in the back of a pickup truck. So nothing changes. So you can imagine how easy it is. I mean, if the technology exists for Elon Musk to have self-driving cars that can navigate Chicago, the streets of Chicago, or interstate exchanges, then surely the technology exists for a forklift to drive around a giant parking lot and stack boxes. Put the empty ones over there, put the full ones over here. And I'm being simplistic, obviously, but it's just, so that's my whole point. Is there were at a point where these guys could be literally standing on the precipice of seeing their jobs go away forever. It's not a matter of paying them not enough. They won't get paid at all. And I scratch my head and I say, I don't understand. Now, if they were coming out as a union right now and demanding, I put a post up last night on Twitter that said if these guys had their shit together, what they'd really be protesting for was, I'd want a 100-year contract that demands that you'll keep automation to a minimum, or there'll be no further increases in automations that would result in loss of union members' jobs. I can see the logic behind that. But it seems to me like all this is just more money. They're asking for more money, and I'm thinking to myself, I question the sanity of that.
Yeah, I figured it was. It's always the cost of the hourly rate. I mean, that's probably one of the biggest reasons why they'd like to have the pilotless airplane. If you could have thousands of flights a day, and not pay a guy.
When they cut you your paycheck to Delta and they take that money out of your check for your taxes and Social Security and all that, Delta has to match some of that. So when I can't remember all of it, Mrs. Pirate took care of it for me, and she could probably speak with more accuracy on this, but just take it on some of that money. Like if they take $100 from your check for flying that plane, they send that into the government, but then Delta has to take $100 of their money. So that comes out of their profits. So again, the cost of having an employee is far higher than just what his paycheck shows that he takes home. And if you eliminate that, even if all things equal, even if there's no increase in productivity, you can see how it could be beneficial to the bottom line. MB put in here something about, bear in mind, robot does not buy anything from the factory. Yeah, they're not relying on the robots to buy anything, and nobody's relying on the longshoremen to buy anything. No, I don't think anybody's making an argument now that they should be allowed to keep their jobs because they spend that money. I don't think this is going to be limited to just transportation. The idea that you're going to see wholesale changes made. You're going to see huge portions of the population who will find that they need to reinvent themselves or find a new work because automation will become the norm. It's just logical. If you make candles in your garage and you pay 4 people to pour melted wax into the candle mold, and they cost you X dollars, and I come to you and show you my little robot that I made out of a vacuum sweeper parts and says this guy will pour wax into that mold 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and you don't have to do anything but pay me one time. Just pay me $10,000 for this robot. Well, you and your wife is your little candle making shop. You're going to scratch your head and say, you mean we don't have to pay these guys anymore, but we'll still have our candles? I'm like, yep, that's exactly what it means. What are you going to do?
It's just like the old days. There was a guy that ran the elevator.
Exactly. Yep. You're exactly right. Yep. That was a paid job. Yep. So that's what I find mildly amusing about this whole thing, that these guys are screaming for. They're asking for a $10,000 a year raise across the board for 6 years. You think about that. That's an incredible ask. And I'm like, and this is on top of what they already make. You got to remember now, there's not a single person out there that's claiming that these guys aren't getting paid well. It's not like they've been taken advantage of all these years. These guys make, and I got to be real careful here because I can make a whole bunch of enemies real fast because it makes it sound like I'm taking position with big business over the little worker guy. I'm not. I'm just pointing out the obvious. You know, we don't run a communist or a Marxist country here. It's a capitalist society. Businesses are run for profit. They use the minimal amount of labor to achieve whatever their goals are in order to stay as profitable as they can. And if somebody invents a hammer that will drive down roofing nails on its own, you can bet those roofers are going to buy that hammer. So I find it odd that like I said, at the very time they should be negotiating, in my mind, for the continuation of the status quo, to get people to agree. Like right now, they do have some power. They have the control that they can leverage by bringing the whole system to a halt. I could see them saying, this is the time for us to demand. We're going to get some contracts in place. We're going to shoot for the moon. Try to do a 100-year contract or 200, whatever, or 25-year contract, whatever you think you can get approved, and say, listen, we're just asking that we continue in the time-honored tradition of unloading these ships using manpower versus 100% automation. I could see the logic of that. I don't see the logic of just storming in and screaming for more and more money on jobs that already pay very well. It's kind of like when you seen California and Gavin Newsom and all of those guys were doing the old $20 minimum wage. We're going to force McDonald's to pay. Well, all they did was close down they closed them down. It's the same thing with the coffee shops. They want to go in and unionize a Starbucks, a girl that's handing out hot coffee, and they want to make it a union job and demand that they're going to demand wage concessions and all that. And the guy's like, yeah, just shut the coffee shop down. You're done. Go home. And so it's once again, this need to try to bond, rise up together and enforce businesses to pay wages that aren't in line with that don't align with what the business owner needs to make his business model work. It's just crazy to me, because people never consider for a moment that the guy will just take his toys and go home. So that's when you see all this ridiculousness, like you see in California right now, them trying to say, well, if you leave California, we want an exit. You got to pay to leave. That's how desperate they are out there. They put these policies in place that destroy business, destroy any incentive of a guy to go out and try to build something. And then on top of that, when it's painfully obvious to them that people are saying, fuck you, we'll just leave and go somewhere else, they're like, okay, well, before you leave, we'll take half your money before you go. I'm like, all of that is, if you have a brain, is a perfect example of a system it's burning down around itself. Some people have to learn the hard way. See the same thing in these communities where they have allowed, through the lack of law enforcement or through the failure of their leadership to put a stop to the rioting and the destruction of their local businesses, places that like Publix or Kroger's or CVS drugstore says, yeah, we're just closing down. We're shutting down and leaving town. And they want to drag them into court and try to sue them. They've brought legal action to try to force businesses to remain open. Think about how laughable that is. First of all, think about how ridiculous it is to make things so bad for a company that they leave in the first place when their desire is just to operate a profitable business. But they finally say, yeah, we surrender. We can't stay here. And it's become so bad that people say to themselves, we're going to drag this drugstore company into court and try to force them to open up. If that doesn't give you a real clear picture of the state, of business and those locales, then nothing else will. Six Son says, who's leaving California? Anybody who can, Six Son. If you pay real close attention to it, just off the top of my head, I don't know, Elon Musk and his Tesla, for starters.
Yeah, I was just about to say Tesla. That's the biggest one that most people will know.
And he just makes news because he's so big and he employs so many people, and the valuations of his businesses are so big. But make no mistake about it, there are many businesses that they're not worthy of news that are going out. Starbucks says, or Six Son says, Starbucks and McDonald's keep opening more locations. Yeah, and they may. I don't know about. Like I said, it's regional. If there are areas where they can make their business model work, that's fine. Some people have pointed out that it's the mom and pop places. If you and your husband or wife were to open up a small Subway shop, you'll be crushed. You're forced out by those minimum wage requirements. So there are some people who I don't know, I don't have the data to support this, but there are some people who say that the big corporations like McDonald's and Starbucks, they can absorb some of these ridiculous minimum wage requirements, whereas small family-owned businesses who don't have this economy of scale You know, McDonald's can get by on making, 5 cents a hamburger because they're making billions of burgers a day. But if you and your wife are making Subway sandwiches, you need to profit, $2 a sandwich off of that. Your capital structure is far different. So again, but I still stand by my point, and it's a hill I'll die on. The concept of demanding ever increasing wages, you can only push that so far. And again, if the guy closes down the coffee shop and says, go home, you're like, well, I want a 40% pay increase. And they say, well, how about this? You don't even have a paycheck now. That's what I think is the result. I think ultimately more jobs are lost. So there may be a few people who benefit from an automatic pay raise that's been mandated by the government. But how many people got sent home and have to go find a new job somewhere as a result of that? John Hannaford asked, does anyone know how much the port workers make on average? Petro's claiming that it's 150,000. I don't know if that's true or not. I've read several places that it was north of $100,000 a year. So I think it's generally accepted that none of them are being underpaid. The claims being made by their leadership now is that the companies they work for are doing very well, so they feel entitled to more of that profits. They keep using the word share. They should share more. So I don't think they're viewing it as a well, it's pretty obvious. They see themselves as partners. It's as old as unions themselves. The membership, they view themselves as partners in the business, despite the fact that they don't have any financial investment in it. They don't stand to lose if the company goes down. Any of those things, their responsibilities end when the bell rings at the end of the day. But they want the pay structure to be more in line with someone who is a part owner of the business. I'm not anti-worker. To the contrary, I understand how important the relationship is between a business owner and workers. I navigated that for the bigger part of my adult life. What I try to press home to people is that in a capitalist society, in a free market, people are, they're entitled to run their business as they see fit. And if those guys want to bind together, come together and use their power, open their own port. Open their own port and pay each guy $1 million per hour. We're going to see more of this, though. This is just going to be the first example. Six Sun says, "Who's this guy?" I'm assuming you mean, are you referring to me, Six Sun, or the guy we're talking about, the head of the union?
I don't think it's coincidental that this is all happening the month of the election either.
No, absolutely.
Good timing on their part. And I'll actually take the side of them as far as the money. 10,000 divided by 12, less than $1,000 a month. Tax that 30%, go 28. Just say 30. It's not that much. Not for the amount of goods that they're moving, for what those goods count for in the economy. I actually didn't think that was a big ask. It's like the guys that work the rigs for what they do.
The first thing I would say about anyone who complains about their wages, pay structure is very first question. Ask yourself, are people lining up for those jobs? Will they literally walk through broken glass to get hired on? Or is that company plagued with what they call churn, where they're constantly a turnover of people because the job sucks so bad compared to the pay that they're relegated to taking people who have no other alternatives for employment. And even in light of that, people still quit. That's your first go-to on whether or not you think there's a disparity and or the pay isn't in line with what the job should have. See, all too often in America, people forget that the pay that you get for your job is a reflection of the demand for your services. A brain surgeon is highly sought after. His skill set is refined. It takes many years and thousands of dollars of training to become a neurosurgeon. And as a consequence, we don't have very many. So when your child has a brain tumor in their frontal cortex and it needs to be taken, somebody needs to cut their head open and pull that potentially deadly tumor out of their brain, that guy's services become very valuable. So as a result, he gets paid very well for that. They don't have to, brain surgeons don't have to go on strike in the United States to get better pay. So that if you apply that same logic to almost everything else, I'll tell you this, you do not see UPS trucks, the United Parcel Service. I spent a lot of time on highways, way too much time. To let me know the next time you see a UPS truck that has drivers wanted on the back, or we need drivers, or call us for opportunity. You don't. And the reason you don't is very simple, because it's a good damn job. Pays really good. It's a good atmosphere. Everything about it says if you want to drive a delivery truck, this is the best place to be. So that's your first test. When you hear people saying, they feel like they're underpaid or their pay isn't in keeping with the value that they bring to the job, start out with that.
Oh yeah, I'm with you, and I understand both arguments. I mean, I'm one of those people that my job is trying to be people are trying to replace me.
Right.
There's probably a few more kinks in the
and you're the beneficiary of a strong union. You got it, and I get it. I understand it. The whole idea of collective bargaining, that all the pilots can come together and say, we're getting screwed by the airlines. We are the number one thing here. Without pilots, this whole thing stops. So you're going to treat us well. But I would argue that you're a perfect example too of people are clamoring to get your job, clamoring for it because it's a good damn job. You know,
Oh yeah.
as somewhere in America right now, there's a guy who has some really good wood flooring contracts, and he gets to do wood floors for 2 houses that are being remodeled, and he can't find workers because nobody wants to get on their hands and knees and put hardwood floors down. Well, the difference is the skills required to fly a jumbo jet with 300 people on board is a little more demanding than the skills required to put a wooden floor down in somebody's living room.
I know you said that because you know I've done both. And there are times I question how much I'd be making if I was doing hardwood floor still.
It's funny you mentioned that. One of my closest friends, arguably one of my lifelong best friends growing up, he was instrumental in me starting out in business on my own as opposed to being an employee. His first foray into private business was he owned like many young guys, he owned a landscaping company. He cut grass, 4 lawnmowers, 3 to 4 guys and him, 1 pickup truck. They cut grass. And he grew that into a heavy equipment business, demolition. He has a fleet of dumpster trucks, all that stuff now, and he's done very well for himself. But from time to time, when he's having a particularly bad day, when shit just goes completely off the rails, he would look at me and he'd say, sometimes I long for the days when it was just me. And I worked for him for a while. He's like, when it was just me and you and the 2 other guys just cutting grass, $400 a day. Oh. And it was that longing for, you know, the simplistic, the relief of all the burdens that go with the success that he enjoyed.
I think one of my favorite jobs of all time was pumping gas at San Jose Airport.
Yeah.
Going up
low
to
stress. Low stress.
Pumping.
Yeah.
There was something to be said about just driving around with the fuel truck. It's like working at the bike shop. For all the years I worked at the bike shop, nobody comes to the bike shop in a bad mood. Everyone wants to buy a bike.
For starters, and somebody else touched on it earlier, but I'll go ahead and continue my rant. This guy, this Daggett, he's their I don't know if he's the president of their union or if he's the business agent. I don't understand where he falls, but apparently he's one of the higher up muckety mucks, the chiefs. If he's not the chief, he's one of them. The guy's making $900,000 a year, almost $1 million a year, to do what? To make sure that everybody paid their union dues. I mean, you look at his house, the guy's got a, you know, multi-million-dollar house with everything that goes with it. And you say to yourself, you know, this is a guy who's arguing that him and his people are not being treated fairly. Doesn't exactly scream distress. Doesn't look like he's like behind on car payments or maybe, you know, running up grocery bills on credit cards. So I'm like, it's another example of how these unions, you know, the biggest thing they do is make the administrators of the union wealthy. That's what they do right off the bat. They like to tell you that they look out for their workers or they make sure that the workers get paid more. But more often than not, what you see is everybody that's that's part of that longshoreman, you know, when they deduct $100 or $200 a month from their paycheck and send it to this guy. For real, you check the channel rules. KC asked that everyone refrain from coming in and recommending other stocks. We don't want the participants here to feel like they're being fed a never-ending sales pitch. Daniel Monson, our resident professional plumber here, says the average East Coast dock worker makes $39 an hour. LOL. Sure, the East Coast is more expensive, but $39 an hour still pays the bills. 40-hour week is $6,000 a month. That's my point, Daniel. And like you, I've grown up in the trades my entire life, and I'm fully aware of jobs that are underpaid and jobs that are well paid. I know the difference, and I know almost. Well, let's just set that aside for a moment. The whole point is that if their argument is that they're not being paid what they're worth, that's a false argument. What they just want is more, and I understand that. That's human nature. Everybody wants more. Donkey Kong says, I think the president of this union feels the time is right. Kong, I agree with you there. And in that, it's a nice move. I mean, that's a nice chess move. He's got him in checkmate. You know, you have an administration that's on its knees politically. You have all this unrest geopolitically around the world. You got an economy that's floundering. And if you were going to, press the test button and see what happens with the strike to have your demands met, now would be the perfect time to strike. He's coming from a position of strength. My argument is that I hope it's just not short-sighted, because I saw him make a comment the other day that said, well, the president can force us to go back to work, but that's only for 90 days, and that's a cooling off period. And then he came right out and said, where, normally we might do 8 moves an hour. Maybe we only do 1 move an hour, talking about moving those boxes, meaning they're going to sandbag and drag their feet, even if they're forced to go back to work. And my point was, I get it. If he feels like that he's in the driver's seat right now, at this moment in time, he can have his demands met because he has some power through forcing this strike. But I say again, it's short-sighted, because if I was one of the big kahunas across the table from him, I might smile at him and shake his hand, but in the back of my head, all I'm thinking is, I'm going to get rid of these fuckers as fast as I can. The first chance I get, they're done. Like, are you telling me that Microsoft has software and Caterpillar and all the other heavy equipment companies make machinery that don't even require this. I'll never have to worry about this again. That's the direction we're headed. So I guess my argument is that it's a short-term win for him, even if they give in to their demands. But what they're really doing is counterproductive, because they're giving the perfect example of how much better off the industry would be if they could remove the human element out of that from a business point of view. Kong says that's their plan anyway. They'll replace these people in a heartbeat when they get a chance. Yep.
That's always been my union's, I don't want to say argument, but some of the people that are the longest with the airline are us, the pilots and flight attendants and the maintenance guys. There's never been a CEO that's been there longer than us, nor, an accountant. If we keep going at the rate we're going, I'll be with the company for 32 years. Possibly 34. But that's always been, hey, we're long-term with the company. Don't kill the goose. That's always been an issue with our union, is that not aggressive enough, not like the other legacies. But we've also stayed around a long time. So it's the job I wanted, the job I'm glad I got. Like to keep doing it. It beats laying carpet. Maybe not hardwood floors, but beats laying carpet.
I only listened to the man speak for a few moments, but I learned all I needed to know about him in that short period of time. His argument wasn't that his people weren't compensated fairly, that the job they were doing wasn't being paid wages that were equal to the skills required. His argument was the people we're working for are doing really well, and we want more of that. And you need to understand that's a communist Marxist concept. Employees are not. I can't be more clear about this, and it's painful to hear. It makes people mad at me, and I don't give a damn. If you're an employee of a company, you are not a partner. You don't share in the risk. You didn't share in putting your money at risk, investing money that could disappear overnight to build something, to prop it up through the weak years, to sacrifice and build something. Then once it takes off and starts to become profitable, that the people who are employed, who all along take a wage, if you're paid $20 to sweep the floor up, that's your job. Sweep the floor for $20. That doesn't make you a part owner of the company. And all too often what happens is people see the success of a company and feel entitled somehow or another that some of that money belongs to them. It's entitlement. I feel entitled to that. And I would just argue that it's antithetical to a capitalist system. If you want your pay to be tied to the success of a company, then you need to start your own company. But if all you want to do is show up with no risk, no skin in the game, nothing, and then work for me, and then at the end of the day, you find that I've done very well, then you think you're entitled to some of that, then you're mistaken. And that's the issue with most folks. They want it both ways. They want a guaranteed paycheck. They want minimum this and that. But if the company does really, really well, they feel like somehow or another they should be entitled to some of that. I'm like, you don't get both of those things. You'll never find an employee that'll say, by the way, we had 2 or 3 quarters where we didn't show a profit, so I'll refund all my paychecks. So again, if the company does better, or if the company's exceeding in its profit making, there feels some sort of a sense of entitlement that somehow or another more of that should flow to them. But they'll never say, and by the way, if it all goes to fuck, I'll give back my paychecks, or I'll work the rest of the year for free.
Hey, Pirate, to kind of touch on that basis, I've worked for a company where, again, as just an employee, where the company did bad for a couple quarters, and all employees, everyone took a 10% pay cut to help out the company. Now, when the company turned profitable after that, they just gave us our 10% back, but we didn't get nothing back for bending over for them to help them out. So in a way, you kind of are part of the company because we took a pay cut to help them, and we didn't get nothing out of it, except for our 10% back when the company was profitable.
Well, taking a pay cut's one thing, but I'm not talking about wages here. I'm talking about like.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, man.
Hold on a second. Sorry to interrupt, but I was just trying my video for you guys real quick here. So here's what we got going on so far for the day here. I don't know what I can do here.
Yeah, I got it all tore down.
Heights are not my thing here, so forgive me for a second. Freaking out a little.
Hey, if you fall off that roof, you're fired. But you're fired before you hit the ground.
Yeah. There's a couple different spots in here where the roof has got some damage, and it looks like more than 4 to me. There's one over there, and then there's a couple over here on this side, way over here. There's a complete hole. I don't know if you can see that pipe off in the distance there. There's like a complete hole on the other side of that pipe there.
You might as well replace it when you're up there, if they have it off.
Yeah, they're replacing all those. So there's the chimney you guys were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
Referencing the chimney.
And overall, it doesn't look bad, Casey.
Casey, yeah, that chimney has what's called step flashing on the bottom of it. Are they replacing your step flashing?
Excuse me, sir. Sir, are they replacing the flashing? Are they removing? Are they? It's bueno. It's good. They're saying it's good.
It's good. Okay. Yeah. As long as it's good, and it's.
And it does look from where I'm at. I don't want to get too close to it, but
yeah.
But it does look like it's sealed well onto the. I'm kind of looking at where it connects to the house or to the chimney itself, and it does look like it looks pretty good condition. So. Yeah.
It's not even lunchtime, and they're ready to start back. So yeah, you're going to do well today. Have a brand new roof.
I need to head down here in a minute, or down over here. I'm going to be heading down, so I need to get this phone out of my hand.
All right, dude.
So I can
thanks for
head out and
go
grab these guys some pizza.
Safety first.
This is the first time I've been on my roof, actually, to be honest with you guys. I haven't really explored up on here. I'm not a huge fan of heights. You want to see what this neighborhood looks like real quick while I'm at it?
Yeah, bird's eye view. Absolutely, man. Give us some intel.
I have a feeling I'll be back up here later after it's all done anyway. So, but let's see here. This is what my area looks like where I live.
Yeah, very nice.
This is why they call it the flatland. This is what they call the flatland. Hey, look, the neighbor has a pool. I actually knew they had a pool. But yeah, this is nothing but flat land out here. This is Texas for you. And there ain't a hill any direction you look. Completely flat. Nothing but a sea of homes. Nope. That's it.
Looks good, Casey.
All right. I don't know if I want to be they just moved the ladder on me. I don't know if I want to be the first person down. I'm not excited about this. I'm definitely afraid of heights. You don't understand. You know what's funny is that I love climbing, and if I have a A harness? Huh? Oh, come down that way. Oh, yep. 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 It's kind of soft right there too. Yeah. Gotcha. Yeah. He's telling me little tiny steps. I am not a big fan of heights. Neil. Definitely not a fan of heights. But I love climbing. Strange, right? And I think part of the reason is that I know when you're climbing, you've got a heart, you got a harness on, and you've got safety rope. I don't know. It's just there's some kind of level of comfort that's in climbing that I don't have a problem with. But throw me on a ladder without any kind of safety gear, it's like, oh crap. All right, I'm down. Woohoo! Thank you. Thank you, guys. Guys, I appreciate it. All right. Hey, hon, come on out. All right, we're gonna go get pizza. Bring the keys. All right, guys, I gotta get off. Yeesh. See you guys in a bit.
See ya.
Hey, Pirate, can you see video?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I got this one bent over. Two more to go.
Yeah.
I bought a new one. They changed the cords. Now they got a 3-cord going to the eyes and the head. I didn't realize it, and I'm like, damn it. Now I got to hook the torso on this one.
I
Finish
forgot
the
how
other one.
big those. I forgot how big those things are.
Oh yeah, hold on. Let's see.
Where do you store all that shit at? You got a storage shed in your backyard, or are you huffing all that shit up into your attic?
Look at that.
Yeah,
It
that
came and
thing's
hit his
huge,
pecker.
man.
No, I bought I rent one of those U-Haul lockers. I got the middle one. I get any more inflatable, so I'm gonna have to get the bigger one. This year they got some more inflatables I got to get to real trash out my house.
I'm surprised to hear you say you rented a storage unit. I don't know why you don't just buy one of those Amish built sheds.
My HOA won't let me have one in the backyard.
No shit. God damn, that's fucking ridiculous.
Well, here's the reason.
I get it, man.
Like-
I get it.
Like my other neighborhood, it was trash day today. Hold on a minute. No garbage cans anywhere. Any cars parked on the street? Nope. Everybody uses their driveway. All the grass is cut. All the trees are done. In my other neighborhood, it was a wild, wild fucking west.
Get it.
That's the whole reason. As someone I think Foo has said the contrary. Hey, I want to be able to park my car wherever I want, and that's cool. But
It's a slippery slope. Yep.
Yeah.
It's a slippery slope. Yep.
It becomes the, hey, well, they didn't pour my driveway long enough. Well, you shouldn't have bought that fucking house with 5 cars. My driveway, I could literally probably park 5 cars, but I got 3, and that's not even using the garage.
But are you allowed to leave cars in the driveway? Because some HOAs don't allow you to.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh, they do. Okay, then that
The
works for
drive-
you.
Yeah, you can put it in the driveway. You just can't leave it on the street all, for a week straight, and nobody does.
Well, it's proven that it protects the value of the houses. There's no arguing that. For me, it becomes a quality of life issue. Like, if you need to make sure that your house will always be worth top dollar, and then that's I guess you could say that's a small price to pay. But if your desire is to have a quality of life that allows you to, maybe for whatever lifestyle, like for instance, if you're a boater, you got like you bass fish. In our neighborhood, they will not let you keep a boat in your driveway. They claim that it brings the value of the property down. I'm like, a guy that puts $100,000 boat in his driveway is somehow or another making the neighborhood look trashy. But then the counter argument to that is, yeah, but then you get a guy who brings in, an old school bus, and he wants to convert that to a camper, and the next thing you know, the whole place looks like a junkyard. So I understand it.
Now, the downside to that, I'd like to do something to the bottom of my yard. I can't do it because it has to be sheltered. Let's say that. So I've got to get a plant person, whatever you call those people that design the yards, to design me a hedge so I could do something at the bottom of my yard, which pisses me off, but there you go. That's what I've got to do.
They make you hire a landscape architect. You should be able to just submit a drawing of your own, and it just shows the type of plant and where it's going to go. I don't understand that. There again, each AMC has, or each HOA has different rules.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't want JJ, who doesn't know shit about plants, to say, yeah, this will do it. The only thing I know about plants is signing the check to buy them. These skeletons are not the easiest thing to put together. But the kids love taking pictures in my yard.
Hey, Pirate, give us a rundown. AMC price looks pretty good.
$4.45. Currently in a little uptrend. GameStop is at $21.40.
Yeah, it would be nice, Pirate, to have like 10 acres. Do whatever I want, but that's a ways off.
Yeah, that was one of the things I love most about farm life. If I wanted to build if I thought, well, I need to keep my hay out of the rain. So I built an 80-foot long carport on the side of my barn. Just go get the lumber and build it. And I like that. I like that flexibility, the freedom to do as I wish with my own land.
Oh, I tell you, there's a guy down the road from me. He's probably got 10 acres. And he's got the ultimate thing. He's got an old gas station with all the signs and the pumps on his land.
Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, yeah, I'm jealous. That's a absolutely perfect hobby shop for a guy to keep his Harley or snowmobiles or your hot rods or whatever. Yep, that's absolutely cool.
And he's got some of them little ponies. So what's he do? On the side, he rents out the gas station for parties, and the kids ride around on the little ponies.
Yeah, you have a little side hustle. Good for him.
Oh man, I'd love to have that thing with a TV a big TV in there. Ah, that'd be incredible. But it's an awesome gig. I mean, he's got the gas pump, old gas pumps, a bunch of different signs, but it looks really cool. A steel roof. It looks like you could just drive your car and pump gas. All right. One more to go.
Eventually, you'll be able to build your own after this is all done.
We had one close to our house that I've looked at a time or two, and it was up for sale for ridiculous amounts of money because it's on a major highway. Mrs. Pirate was always, she would kind of raise her eyebrow at me, and she's like, because she knew I wanted it, she'd say, that's a lot of money to spend for a place to just hang out and drink beer with your friends. She's like, well, you know, and it's true. You know, she's like, why can't you just hang out on the back porch here? Why do you need to have an old gas station? I'm like, because it's cool. Yeah.
On one of these big one of these big skeletons, I'm going to put the dog in front of it. I'm going to hang a sign that says, "They're eating the dogs."
That's funny.
Oh. Why is the last one always the harder one? You know, one thing about those dock workers, if they're really serious to become partners, I don't know if they're negotiating, but they should have profit sharing. Take some less money, but have the incentive to work better. We have it. We hit certain goals, we get profit sharing.
Well, and that's the way that smart business owners operate. Someone said earlier, if a company does better, shouldn't the people do better? Yes, but it's at the discretion of the business owner. It's not something that's mandated, because again, the business owner has to plan for contingencies that are missed by your average everyday worker, like the drive times, the times when the contracts aren't there. There were times where I had to use my Air Force salary, literally my day job. I had to take my Air Force paycheck, cash it, and pay my employees who did nothing that week because there wasn't anything to do. So, you know, when a business owner is calculating how much he gives back to his people, he has to also account for those times, the times when he'll have to go through maybe a dry spell or a drought of income. He has to account for how much do you want the business to grow? Do you want to continue to build something that may last beyond your lifetime so that you can pass a business on to your kids? Do you need more trucks? Do you need more land, more forklifts? So again, the business owner has to consider a variety of things when the times are really good. And it's not just a matter of, we did really good this month, so pay everybody more. Again, because that particular employee, he could leave the next month. If the next month comes and times get tough, he can just pack up and leave. A business owner can't. If I have a second mortgage on my house, if I took a second mortgage on my house and pledge my house as collateral saying, if I don't pay my bills, you can take my family's home, I have a real risk there. So I have to plan for that under any contingencies, no matter what happens, that those needs will be met going forward. An employee doesn't have that sort of exposure to risk. I think Dennis Arroyo said, no risk, just 75% of your life. But you're right, Dennis, it's your life. You can say no thank you and just walk down the road, start your own lemonade stand. But if I run a custom blacksmith shop and I'm slaving over a hot fire making, you know, antique doorknobs, and I say, man, I'm selling a lot of these. I can hire a guy to come in here and maybe he can bang on some of these horseshoes with me. and we can sell more horseshoes, then I'm filling a need that the business has. I'm going to increase my productivity, may increase profits, my profits might go down for a while because he may be more of a burden for the business than what he produces for a while. So it's all very complicated. And if you've never been if all you've ever been your entire life as an employee, it's hard to understand the calculations that a business owner has to go through in terms of compensation and pay. But a smart business owner values his employees above all things. Above all things. It's just like a military commander. You take care of your people, and they'll take care of you. But that's not the same as saying that there's a sense of entitlement, that just by being an employee for a company, that you automatically come with certain rights and a certain portion of the pie. That's just not the way the system works. It never failed for me for over 16 years. People would come in, you'd meet them on day one, and they'd practically get on their knees and suck your dick for a job, beg you for fucking a job. Just give me a chance. I'm a good worker. I show up all the time. I do a good job. You can count on me. And within 6 fucking months, they're motherfucking me, cussing me out, telling me, all that shit. And I'm like, wait a minute, what? Or telling me how I should run things. I'm like, wait a minute, I've been in business 14 fucking years. You've been here 6 months. And all of a sudden now we're what? We're fucking partners. I'm like, last I looked, you and your wife don't have a second mortgage on your house, So again, if you're smart, if you do hire one guy to help you make candles in your garage, in your little candle making factory, if he does a good job for you, he's not going to have to worry about it. Most of the time, companies who got their shit together, the employees don't even have to ask for a raise. The raises come because the company's smart enough to reward those who are deserving of it.
My pledge is that I will be pilot. Yeah, he's a pilot. Great.
Did he get cut off?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, you stopped talking. I'm sorry. I was like, what's wrong with is something? You were talking about the risk of business, and I'm like, like something happened with the phone.
Oh, we were just talking about the longshoremen striking, and we kind of just debating the merits of whether or not it was proper or improper, or I guess not that so much that we were debating the idea of whether ultimately it will work out better for them or not.
Good morning, Yucca.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning.
And thank you, Yucca. I heard it from a distance.
Oh, yeah.
Hold on, I'm going.
Ooh, what is that? What is that? The shadow? Ooh, what is that? Oh, that's your front
You
yard?
see it?
Wow.
Yeah. I built the big ones. Now I've got a whole box of the little ones that they chase around. So I want to go up on the roof, have the dogs running away from one of them. Yeah.
That's cool. You gonna put
Yeah.
Are you gonna put a plane out there too?
Actually, I have a blow up hearse.
Ooh.
It's gonna be quite the show.
I
I have
check
people
this
drive
out.
the house all the time.
I was reminiscing yesterday with a few fellas in the back of the tramp. We're going back to KC's like old. If you go to lives and then you go to old, it'll come up. He doesn't have a beard. He looks a lot younger, but it's just funny to see him like that.
Right, I used to
Yeah, and then you get you get to see the old price. We're at 50. We're turning at 54, And it just, you can see the green candles. It was just green candle after green candle. Man. It's wild.
Dennis Arroyo says it's simple. If they're worth the money, they will get it. If they can be, quote, unquote, easily replaced, they will. On that, we agree, Dennis. If it's left, capitalism is left, the dark hand of the market is allowed to play out. Cream will rise to the top. Good employees will get paid more. Bad employees will be flushed out. That's how the system works. If a business is doing well, the business will grow. It's almost a certainty. You can be a victim of your own success. Sometimes you can grow too fast, but that's another story. But if a business is growing steadily, it will always have a need for increasing amounts of labor and workers. So they automatically will provide more and more jobs. Doesn't necessarily mean as the company becomes more profitable that they'll keep the same 5 employees, but just pay everybody twice as much. More often than not, it's really a concept. It really comes down to the concept of what pay is for. Most business owners operate under the idea that a job is just that. It's just a task that needs to be done. I need my floors mopped at the end of the day. So you say, okay, what does it cost to have somebody mop a floor? What are the skills required to mop a floor? How many people are available? If there's plenty of people who knows how to mop a floor and it's relatively easy to do, then the supply and demand, the supply of moppers is high. So I don't have to pay as much to have my floor mopped. Now, if the person doesn't like the fact that they're not making much money from mopping the floors, one could argue that the first step they need to make is learn how to do something besides mop floors. But unfortunately, we have a modern, there's a lot of modern views that, well, I guess it's not necessarily modern, but there are a lot of people who think that a job somehow or another, no matter what it is, should automatically afford one a certain lifestyle. We've plowed this ground before, that I work the French fry machine at McDonald's, so therefore I should afford a house, a car, and be able to raise 2 kids. Well, that's ridiculous. There's no way that you can say that every job that needs done should automatically come with wages that would afford a certain lifestyle. It's the opposite of that. Each job comes with a fixed salary, and the salary is the pay scale is directly related to how many people can do that job. Why would you pay somebody $20 an hour to do something if you can pay somebody $10 and get the same job done? Your job is to make your wife money, your family, your wife and kids. They made the sacrifices to have a business. Your job is to produce profits. So how can you look at your wife and say, well, I could have paid this guy $10 an hour, but instead I paid him $20. So I would argue that you're failing in your responsibilities to operate your business in a in a way that makes the most profits. But the same thing is true too. If your business is doing really well and you need to keep your floor moppers, and floor moppers are hard to come by, then it would behoove you to pay good, because they'll go mop floors for Yucca. They're like, Yucca pays way more to mop floors over there. So again, it's all about supply and demand. But I think what we've seen all too often is that people who lack any meaningful skills, they don't really have the ability to do much of consequence, and they want ever increasing amounts of money for it. And I would argue that you can't. It's not going to be in your best interest to have a limited skill set, but try to demand more from an employer to meet your family's needs or have your dreams come true. I would argue that your time would be far better served to learn how to do something else increase your skill sets so that you can move up the ladder. I have to go back and read some of the chats. I can't, sometimes I have a hard time sharing my thoughts and reading at the same time, so I fall behind.
Nah, Pirate, I just want my universal income and sit at home and drink my soda.
Sure. That would be nice. I think it would be a wonderful place. We could all just sit home and write music, poetry, paint paintings, lay around and just have sex all day long, and drink a little wine and watch the sunset go down. And if somebody can figure out a way to make that happen, I'm all ears. By my very nature, I'm a lazy person because I grew up so poor. I had to fight everything. Every single thing I ever wanted, from a pair of gym shoes on up, was a struggle for me, and I hated every minute of it. I wrapped my head around it that that's the way it's going to be, and I became incredibly successful because I just learned the rules instead of me banging my head against the system for 50 years, screaming how it's all rigged. I just said, okay, these are the rules of the poker game. I'm going to play the game by their rules. And I won. But what I didn't do was spend my entire fucking life screaming about how the game is rigged.
Who said that?
Me.
You said that, Yucca? Sit around all day and do nothing?
I'm the monkey?
What I was going to say is then we'd all be like the French.
Ooh. Right.
I said that, Jeweler, but I was thinking as a joke. But yeah, that's basically the French Europeans, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And the reason I know this is one of my neighbors, he's French. And he comes down to Florida 6 months, and then he goes back to France for 6 months. And I've watched him for the last 5 years, and man, this guy,
he's living the life.
Yep. Nothing's ever his fault.
It isn't.
You
know. It's not his fault, man.
Nothing's ever his fault. Everything happens to him.
Well, it is happening to him.
Oh, yeah.
Otherwise, he wouldn't be complaining.
Pirate, you're telling the story, and I had a guy that worked for me in my shop, and he was great at, repairing jewelry and polishing, and he was great. And he's like, I want to make more money. I go, okay, start setting stones. Well, I don't know how to do that. Well, I worked with him. Another jeweler worked with him. We showed him, I'm like, here, I got some CZs. I need these set. I'll break them. It doesn't matter. They're a dime a piece. It doesn't matter. Here, it's the same mechanical operation. If you can learn to do this, then you will, this is going to speed you up. So you can start setting diamonds. You can start making more money. And he battled me, and finally ended up having to quit because he's like, I need to make more money. I said, I need you to set diamonds. I will pay you more money.
It's just that simple. Yeah, it's not complicated. It's not terribly complicated, right?
No. And it's not that I was trying to keep him from learning. I was trying to teach him. Another jeweler, one of my other guys, I said, hey, Brian, help this guy. He needs some, we liked him. Everybody liked him. We wanted to keep him around, but he just would not. I don't know. I don't know what
this is perfect. It's a perfect example because what he wanted was more money for doing the same thing he was already doing. And he fails to realize that has to come out of profits from somewhere else. What you were trying to encourage him to do was learn how to do something for the business, in this particular instance, set stones, so the company would make more money off of that. And then he in turn gets a pay raise. So you have to produce more if you want more. And that was that was lost on him. He didn't understand the concept of that.
Well, it was even, yeah. It's like, here, I can charge more if you'll do this. It's not that you're going to work any harder in those 8 hours. You're just going to do a different task. I'm not asking you to work an extra 2 hours. I'm just asking you to do something different than what you're used to doing. You're going to still do what you used to do, but you're going to mix in this during your day. Couldn't do it. I'm like, well, couldn't do it.
A business is a for-profit enterprise. It's designed for whoever builds it. That you're making something from nothing. It's really beautiful if you think about it. How a guy can wake up one day, get out of bed, stretch, drink a cup of coffee, and today say, I'm going to build something new, something that doesn't exist. Yesterday, it was not here. Today, it's going to be Pirates Lawn Service. I'm going to start a business cutting grass. I'm going to take responsibility for everything, every decision. That I'm going to provide the money to start the endeavor. I'm going to spend my time maybe for years uncompensated in order to make sure that it survives, and then I'll get mine on the back end. And it's a beautiful thing. And what you do is you set about your business of cutting grass for money. And at some point in time, if you're good, you'll say, okay, it's time for me to start hiring people to push lawnmowers for me. When you hire people to push that lawnmower, you don't approach it from like, I'm taking on a business partner now. These guys, I'm going to split everything I make with these guys. Well, that's illogical. What you say is, I need people to push lawnmowers. What does that pay? That's a task. You're not paying them to run the business, to manage the business. You're just paying them to push a lawnmower. So then you say, okay, what does the capitalist market in the United States say that job's worth? And that price rises and falls based on the availability of guys to push lawnmowers. It's a self-leveling system. So the guy hires on, and the pay for that is dictated by how easily I can find somebody else to push that lawnmower. I'm not going to pay you $20 an hour to push a lawnmower if there's 100 guys that'll do it for half of that. It's just illogical.
Yep.
It's the same thing with rentals. I hear people who love to go on and on. I get in some really vicious Twitter battles with people who get on there and piss and moan about high rent or inability for housing, and how they think that it's always landlords should do this and landlords should do that. And my answer is always the same. Go buy a house and rent it. You can be the landlord. You can have it all your way. You can do everything good and proper. You can be as virtuous. You can be the savior of mankind, rent houses out for fucking free. Go get after it. Oh, that's not what you want. You want to tell me how to do it. I took my money instead of buying a Harley Davidson or a fishing boat, and I invested it in a shitty little rental, fixed it up, used my weekends instead of golfing to make it a habitable home. And now somehow or another, you think you have the right to come in and tell me what I should or shouldn't charge anything. If I want to charge $1 million a month for a tent, that's my right. And if I can find somebody to pay that, that's the beauty of the system. Now, anybody with a brain knows that it'll sit empty forever, and that's how the system's supposed to work. And eventually I'll say, well, I can't get $1 million to rent out this shed in my backyard for somebody to sleep in. I'm going to have to get it more in line with what the market will pay. And that's how it's supposed to work. But I can tell you how it's not supposed to work is the people who want the product demanding what they should pay for it. I wish I could go into Walmart and tell them what I want to pay for milk.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I get that all the time. You know, for some reason, there's certain transactions, purchasing a car, purchasing a house, purchasing jewelry. They want to come in and they want to barter. They want to, well, not barter.
Negotiate.
And I'm like, well, wait a minute. You know, when I go to Walmart, I don't get to stand back there with the guy putting out the milk going, hey, this is too much money.
For milk.
Can you mark that? Yeah. It never works. It only works that, it never works that way. So, but I'll tell you one thing is I was in school and I was going to trade school for jewelry, and I had a house full of 4 roommates, right? And none of us had jobs, but we decided we wanted, we were all out of money. We're waiting on our student loans to hit, and we needed some beer. So I convinced him, I said, okay, everybody go get your change. So we all got our change, put it in the center of the table. I said, I got a plan. We're going to make some money. So we went down to the hardware store, bought some black and white paint, bought some stencils for numbers. I made a stencil. This is for painting house addresses on curbs. I loaded all my idiot buddies up into a car. We went over to the richest part of town, and I went and knocked on the first door.
There you go.
Told her, ma'am, we're students. We're trying to earn money for our education, and we're paying. Oh, sure, sweetie. How much? Well, 20 for one side, 40 for 35 for 2. Oh, okay, great. So she's out there. So we're already, we're making money in the first 10 minutes, right? And so it caught on. The light bulbs went off in their heads so fast that they were running ahead to the next house, knocking on the door. Well, Mrs. So-and-so did it, and this is what we're doing. And, and the next thing I know, then they're like, oh, so we got to the end of the street. Our hands are black and white. We got pockets full of money. We got ladies bringing us iced tea out to the curb.
Yeah.
We look hot and,
I love it.
was,
Man. I love it. It's a thing of beauty, man. I love it.
Well, and then here's the so we got to the end of this block. So now they're counting up the money. They decided we got to go get some beer. I go, you boys go get some beer. I still have some paint. Y'all come back and pick me up. I'm going to work the other side. Well, I worked the other side and I pocketed all the money. They're like, hey, well, where's ours? I go, I made the money. Y'all went and got beer. The beer was more important than making the money.
Exactly. Yep.
But one of my roommates says, I'm gonna hang back too, and his dad had a store and he knew, so he stayed. So we split the money. But there's ways to make money. You just gotta think outside the box.
When you agree to work for another, you automatically relieve yourself from a lot of the responsibilities that come hand in hand with generating income. There's only 2 ways to make income: go to work for somebody else or work for yourself. Most people like the idea that they can just go to work for another person. They don't have to do their input is minimum. They don't have to lay out any money. They don't have to they're not taking on any real risk, because worst case scenario, they just grab their lunchbox and go somewhere else and work. So they have relieved themselves. They have unchained themselves from any responsibilities, not including but not limited to, providing work every day, or providing tools, or addressing issues that come up, or meeting payroll, or making the decisions that could ultimately lead to further success or bankruptcy. They don't have to participate in any of that. They don't have any sleepless nights. They don't have any phone calls coming up when an employee runs over somebody at a stop sign with a company truck. None of that impacts their life. And that's what they desire. And there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not making a moral judgment here. I'm just saying, when you agree to go to work for somebody else and perform a specific task for a certain amount of money over a given period of time, you're selling them your time. You're saying, listen, I'll give you an hour of my time and I'll do what you're asking me to do for an agreed upon amount of money. After that, that's where the obligation ends. There's no further obligation from a business owner in any way. There's no argument that could be made that says somehow or another that person should be treated like a partner, whether it's a silent partner or an active partner in the business, because it would be unfair. They would enjoy a status in the company that they didn't pay for. Something for nothing. You ask people, you give you two choices. You can strike out on your own and make anywhere from $300 to $500 a day, but there'll be days in between where you make nothing. Or you come to work for me. You be my little wage slave. You sign on my company. I guarantee you $20 an hour. You show up in the morning, you leave at dark or at quitting time. I will give you $20 every time an hour hand sweeps. Without exception, people will take the $20 an hour job. The need for security, the fear of uncertainty is crippling for most people. Then it gets further complicated when a lot of young people, men particularly, women have to concern themselves with, childbirth and all that, but men burn through their most productive years, those that age from 17 to 35. So many of them burn through those valuable years when that would be the time to take the biggest chances in starting a business, because they're not burdened with the responsibilities of providing for a family and all that sort of thing. Their personal financial needs are modest. So that was when they would be it would be most advantageous for them at that point in time. The chances of success will be higher through that period than, say, a guy who's 42 with 3 kids and a mortgage that says, I don't want to work anymore, at the accounting firm. I want to start my own business. Doesn't mean it can't be done. It's just going to be that much harder. That's right, Maccabees. Unburdened by what has been, to be burdened by the future burdens of what was unburdened from yesterday's burdening. Bought $60,000 worth of hay equipment, went out and bought hay seed, bought diesel fuel, planted the hay, watched it grow, fertilized the ground. You bale the hay, and then people come out who have 2 horses that they keep behind their house and they want to buy hay. And you say it's $5 a bale, and they lose their mind how that's too high. And I would try to remain polite and say, it's no big deal. I understand that you don't want to pay the $5. It's time for me to have lunch anyhow. Have a good day. But they won't leave. They want to stand there, but they want to tell you, and my whole point was make your own hay. You don't have to castigate me or vilify me, make me some sort of evil bandit, some bad guy. All you got to do is make your own hay. And then you can feed it to your horses or you can sell it as cheaply as you like. But what you don't get to do is wait till I spend my family savings on the machinery and then I break my back in the heat and then I'm ready to sell the hay. You don't get a single say in it. You don't get a single say in what I choose to sell it for. Now, at the end of the day, if I can't sell my hay, then that's on me. Congratulations, Mr. Carroll. Says he just added more. Apparently he's buying the dip. Good for you, sir.
What's the price there, Pirate?
$4.41. We had an intraday high of 450, right around 11:30 or so. But it's off of that now at 441. GameStop coincidentally is falling right now at 21.29.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Afternoon.
Trevor. I've been on a rant about capitalism in the United States and unions and what role they play.
I'm gonna have to go back and
Everybody's sharing their thoughts about the stevedore, not the stevedores and the longshoremen strike is what was the catalyst for the conversation.
Yeah, people are raiding the stores here. I was in New Jersey yesterday. It's like everybody's like fighting over paper towels and water, and it's just kind of crazy.
And it's silly. There are things I think that you could probably hedge your bet and hoard a little bit right now, but we don't bring water in bottles from overseas. It doesn't work that way. So there's not going to be a supply interruption of Aquafina water. The bottles are made here. The styrene plastic is made here. The water is filtered from wherever the filtering plants are. That doesn't come from alpine streams. They're pulling it out of city water lines in a factory and are running it through the finest micron filters that money can buy to make sure that it's very, very pure. So it's completely illogical to think that there's going to be an interruption in the supply of bottled water. The same goes for toilet paper.
Now,
What we wipe our asses with doesn't come from.
Perrier water comes from France, right?
I'm sure it does.
So they're not going to have any
how much
Perrier.
How much of that market? Yeah, how much of that market you think Perrier holds?
I don't know, but
yeah, I don't know anybody. I don't know anybody that's bought a bottle of Perrier in over 20 years.
Yeah.
Toilet paper, paper towels, same thing. It's made right here in the continental United States. They cut the pine trees down. They cut the pine trees down in Georgia, Alabama. They're owned by, Georgia Pacific and all the other big landowners or paper companies. They go to the paper mills where they're debarked and turned into, the bark is turned into boiler fuel. The tree is ground up into a pulp. They call them pulp mills. And the pulp is turned into giant rolls of paper. Our moon tape, as my friend calls it, our shit paper doesn't come from Europe.
You are correct.
So I'm quite certain that after a while, you're going to see some empty spaces on some shelves as a result of those ships that aren't being unloaded, but it's not going to be the products that these people think.
Yeah, I'd like to think if this goes on for a couple weeks, a month, the car market's going to just, all the ports that these cars are just sitting in.
Yeah. Used cars are going to go up in value.
Dennis Arroyo says Walmart should be able to upcharge water on increased demand, right? I guess he means increased prices. That's always the case, Dennis. There's exceptions to every rule, but generally speaking, supply and demand. The more demand there is for a product, more people will charge for it. The way the system is supposed to work, and again, there's exceptions to every rule, but that if the price of bottled water rises to, let's just say, a ridiculous level, crazy expensive, then once again, the dark hand of the market will intervene. Some enterprising young man like yourself, Dennis, will say, they're getting $5 a bottle for water. I'm going to start a water bottling company because I can do it for $4 a bottle and everybody will buy mine. So the cure for high prices is high prices. Once the market realizes that, hey, there's such a demand for water that they're getting $5 for a bottle of water, then there's somebody else that's going to come out there and say, well, if it's that much in demand, I'm going to start making water. I'm going to get a piece of this. And then the price falls down, because when I start making it for $4 a bottle, then Aquafina or Walmart says we have to meet our competitors' pricing. So yes, the prices are determined. He says no increased demand, they are not allowed to price gouge. Well, there's a difference between price gouging and raising prices. Just raising a price doesn't necessarily mean gouging. So you're getting into a subject that's far more complicated than just saying because somebody raises their price, they're gouging. Sugarcane says they can charge whatever they want. You have the choice to buy it or not. My water tap works fine. Exactly, Sugarcane. Tell people all the time. They say, I've seen guys that they would take a pickup truck and drive to, say they live in Arkansas with Papa Mac. And they go to their local Walmart and they'll buy 6 generators for $500 a piece. And then they'll drive through the night, 18 hours to a storm zone. And they'll make an effort to sell those generators on the side of the road for twice what they paid for them. Instantly, people will lose their mind. They'll run around with their hair on fire and say, that's price gouging. That's twice what you're charging twice for those. Walmart charges $500 for those generators. Why are you charging $1,000? Well, the answer is self-evident. The guy's trying to make a profit. See, he bought all those generators, never knowing if he was going to be able to sell them or not. If no one buys them from him, he's got to take them home to his wife and say, we're the proud owner of 10 generators. She's like, what are we going to do with 10 generators? He's like, I don't know. I thought I could buy these and make money on them. Now we're stuck with them. So he takes a chance by taking those. Moreover, he takes time out of his day instead of golfing or fishing and drives to a storm zone. Again, it's kind of like Sugarcane says, if I'm sitting on the side of the road and I'm selling generators and you're out of power and I want $1,000 for a generator, all you got to say is no, thank you, and move on. You don't get to run around with your hair on fire and say you're ripping me off. I'm like, it's. Sugarcane says, I own a business and I can charge whatever I want to whoever I want, whenever I want. Walmart can do the same. I agree, Sugarcane. This is America, land of the free. You are free. Sugarcane, you're free to, if you want to build candles and sell and try to market those for $10,000 per candle, you are well within your legal and moral right to do just that. And your success or failure will be on you and the decisions that you make. I couldn't agree more.
Better be a good smelling candle.
I don't know. I thunder away on all these topics, but it always seems to me that when you distill it down to its bare essence, it always comes down to control. There seems to be this something in our DNA. It's something about our makeup as as human beings. There's this always this creeping desire to try to control others. Tendies, Robert Moore says, spending your money where you want is your greatest power. You're exactly right, Tendies. You vote with your feet. You know, if I open up a candle store and I'm trying to sell my candles for $10,000 a piece that Mrs. Pirate worked on, eventually, if I don't sell any of those because the price is too high, eventually I'll tell her, you stop making your candles. Nobody wants them. We're done. You know, we can't pay the rent on our store. We're getting kicked out. We're finished here. You know, that's the game. So then she says, well, how much can we sell them for? I'm like, I don't know, but $10,000 a candle's too much. So KC's roofer is a prime example, perfect example. He calls him up, says he wants a new roof on his house. He lacks both the skills and the energy and the tools to do it himself. So he has no other choice than to pay somebody else for something that he wants. Meanwhile, across town, there's some guy who's made it his life. His entire life is centered around roofing. Every single penny that him and his wife could save has been in the furtherance of that goal. They have bought ladders, trucks, and insurance, and advertising, and paid employees, all of those things, so that they could provide a product that the market asked for. And obviously, they'd like to have as much for that roof as they can. So you say, well, why didn't they just roll in there and tell KC that that roof was $1 million? Well, it's pretty obvious. They wouldn't get the job. So the business owner, whoever's in charge of, or whoever he designates to do the pricing for that, in order to make the company as profitable as possible, so that everybody can get a Christmas bonus and maybe get vacation pay if they stay over a year, He has to get as much out of KC as he can and still get the job. That's the point. If you don't get the job, none of it matters. Nobody gets a Christmas bonus or vacation time. So you got to get the job. So now if you work for the roofing company, for ABC Roofing Company, you want KC to pay as much as possible for that roof. If your husband's up there laying shingles, there's no price it's never going to be enough for that roof if your husband's up on that roof. But if you're KC and Melissa, you want that roof done as cheaply as possible. You want the best value you can get. You don't mind paying for the product, but you don't want to pay any more than you have to for the obvious reasons. That's how the system's supposed to work. KC can say, no, thank you. Melissa can continue phoning company after company to find a better price. Or he can say, no, this seems like a fair deal, and go with it. But once you take KC and the roofing company, once you take the negotiations out of their hands, now you got problems. You interject the government into that. You say the local county has to come in and rather for either side, if they come in and say, well, the roofer's not allowed to charge any more than that. He's only allowed to charge X. Well, now you're tilting the scales in KC's favor. And the same thing. If you tell KC, this is the only roofer in town, there's nobody else but him, you have to pay him or you get none, then KC gets screwed. So generally speaking, when you have two parties, if it's just left to the two of them and the market, you'll find some equilibrium. I would imagine right about now, KC's feeding his roofing crew some fine pizzas. I would imagine they're very grateful for that. They may give him a little more attention to detail. He might get just a little bit better job as a return for the kindness that he's shown. Never know. as a very young man, I worked pretty much like a slave for $3.35 an hour. Minimum wage was $3.35, and that's what they paid, and not a penny more. They could have paid us less, they would have. And it was, I don't need to go into the details, but it was brutal slave-like work. Short time after that, my best friend, whose family was in the heavy equipment business, I hung around with them and became, I guess, just another member of their family, I guess. At least that's how I like to view myself. My best friend and his older brother taught me how to run a backhoe. First machine I'd ever learned how to run was a backhoe. And shortly thereafter, their father would send me out with that machine to go dig for people. I got $8 an hour. I went from $3.35 an hour working like a slave to feeling like I feel like I was a respected part of the construction community by sitting on a machine that was contributing towards the construction that was going on. And on top of that, they gave me $8 for every hour. Now, he charged $38 an hour for that machine with a 4-hour minimum. More likely than not, it was 8-hour days of travel. And it never once dawned on me to motherfuck that man or get all bent out of shape. Oh my God damn it, he made X dollars today and I only got 8. I was so grateful for the opportunity to increase my skills, learn a skill that I could carry with me that was transportable anywhere in the world. I was just grateful and thankful to have the job. And my wife shared some thoughts with me over the years of her same experiences where she worked, whether it was a cashier or working as an entry-level administrative assistant, secretary for corporations, around guys who were making huge salaries, CEOs and all that. She said the same thing. It was just it never dawned on her to be angry or jealous or, about what somebody else was getting. So I don't know if we've seen a cultural shift or if that's always been that way and it just comes with maturity. But from an early age, I appreciated every job I got, and every job I got paid more than the one I left. I made that a central theme of my life, that I was always looking to better myself and increase my earnings as a result. Andy says he'll never forget his first time on an excavator after the boss left. After he just finished telling the boss he knew how to run it, he had to figure it out real quick. That's funny, Robert. I get that. Yeah. Hey, Justin. But I guess the point I'm trying to make, or the thought that I'm trying to share, is that I guess it's all about how you approach things. Do you feel like, I never felt like I was owed anything or that I was somehow or another entitled to anything. I was just always on the prowl for an opportunity, a place where I could earn more. And usually that meant I had to do more. Once I figured out, they said, hey, if you can drive the truck over there, then you get $10 an hour. I'm like, are you kidding me? Yeah. Well, goddamn, you need to show me how to do that. And before you know it, you find yourself out of the backhoe that you thought was your dream job and into a truck, and learning all that. And it sounds basic. People say, well, how hard is it to drive a truck? Well, ask yourself, how many times have you ever been to a landfill? Have you ever been across a set of scales? Do you even know what a set of scales are? Do you know how much gravel you should put on a truck? So I didn't know any of those things, but they were kind enough to show me, to teach me, help me understand how I could do it without killing people, running over a family at a stoplight. And then they took a chance on me and turned me loose with a 20-ton truck at 17 and 18 years old. They took they made a gamble on me that I wouldn't hurt them or hurt other people and do anything that would, reflect poorly on the company. And again, I was thankful for the opportunity, but it never dawned on me at any time to sit down and do the math on what they were making, how big the contract was that they bid, how profitable they were going to be. It was just never part of my calculations. But that was a long time ago, and the world's ever changing.
You know, if you're that much of a deep thinker where you're analyzing profit and time and how much is being made, maybe you should run your own business.
Exactly. Precisely.
That's exactly what a business owner thinks. They're constantly thinking, when's rent due? Am I going to make my rent? Oh, I got this problem. Okay, I got that contract that's paying. I got to go collect this money. And sounds like you need to be running a business. Your own.
Yeah. Which storefront do you rent? Is your jewelry store better off to be downtown in Manhattan, or are you better off to lease space in New Jersey? How much do you want to pay for that space? Would you be better off with a bigger store, or would you be more profitable if you worked out of a small store? All of those things. I hear frequently too, the people say, well, the big greedy corporations, it's always a go-to thing. I'm like, well, corporations come in all sizes. I'm a corporation. I'm not very large, but I mean, Caterpillar or Procter & Gamble's a corporation. So when somebody says big greedy corporations, my first question is, well, how big is it big? And when do they start being evil? The greed is just another word for wanting more. And if that's the definition, then everybody's greedy. Every single business owner, every kid who goes out to push a lawnmower to cut grass in his neighborhood is greedy. He wants as much money as he can get for cutting grass. Nobody's out there saying, if a lady comes out and says, I'll give you $30 to cut the grass, there's not a kid out there who'll say, well, no, ma'am, that's too much. I'll do it for 10. It's common sense. So my argument is that these big corporations, they're made up of stockholders, just like us. So a giant corporation is greedy because they're trying to make money for their stockholders. I want AMC to be greedy because I want my shares to be worth more in AMC. AMC doesn't make more, the price won't run if they make poor business decisions. So I want a factor of greediness. I think it's an ugly word. I think there's other words that would better serve it, but it fits the narrative. Greed has a connotation of being sinful or nasty. So people would argue, well, these big greedy corporations. I'm like, again, if Papa Mac works for Procter & Gamble in Cincinnati and they sell, all soap, Dove soap and shampoo and all that, does he think it's greedy? If the corporation does really well and he gets a Christmas bonus or he gets a profit sharing, all those, wait a minute. Now we're back to, it's all about whose ox is getting gored. One guy's greedy corporation is another guy's company that's very profitable and takes really good care of their employees. But like I said, it generally comes down to control, who gets to decide. And in a big corporation, it's the board and the CEOs that get to decide. But I find myself having mixed feelings about corporations because realistically, every single corporation, well, there may be a few exceptions, but for the most part, every corporation was just a little business at one time. Henry Ford, the Ford Motor Corporation, was one man in a single car garage. And that's played out through Jeff Bezos working from Amazon, from him literally selling books out of his spare bedroom or his garage. Microsoft, all of those companies initially was one guy. So I try to remember that. I've never been a hater of success. I've been envious of it, and I've been desirous that I'd say I'd like some of that for me. I see a guy with a nice home or driving a nice pickup truck, and as a young man, I say, man, I hope someday that I too can have a nice pickup truck. Let me see how I can go about that. In many cases, I try to emulate the habits or copycat, if you will, their lifestyles, because in my simple mind, I thought, well, if that's how he does it, if it works for him, I'm as good as him. If I do what he's doing, the result should be the same. And more often than not, that's held true. I was, excuse me, I was droning on and on, perhaps too long, as I'm wont to do, but about skill sets and skills. And I think it's important to remember that in spite of record levels of spending for education, free public education, we're churning out young men and women who can't even read. I'm not talking about people who fail to make the advanced classes or this STEM, science, technology, and all that sort of thing, math, or engineer. I'm not talking about people who fail to graduate in the top 10% of their class. They can't read at like a third grade level. So when you talk about skills, when you leave the public education system and go out into the big bad world and try to earn for yourself, find yourself a mate and build a life, just consider for a moment that if everything I've said is true, that you increase your earning potential by increasing skill set, imagine how disadvantaged you are if from the get-go, from Jump Street, you can't even read. And you could understand that if this was the Dark Ages or the beginning of the Industrial Age, or when men moved west to settle the West, and schools schools were rare. They had to actually import a school teacher just to teach kids the basics. We have a system set up now where public school system is an ad hoc babysitter. They're the de facto parents The parents have abdicated their responsibilities to child rearing, all of that in lieu of two family incomes, or excuse me, a multi parent income, having the man and woman work. So we've set up a system to where the children can be dumped off at their earliest ages, all the way until they are emancipated at the age of 18, where they're expected to join in the rat race of becoming an earner, going out there and finding their way in the world. And despite of all of that, we have a system right now that are producing kids who can't read. And I would argue that until some of those fundamental breakdowns are addressed, that things won't get better for the lower and middle class and lower income. There's no getting around it that life rewards skills. Skill set combined with a work ethic, and you combine that with a high moral values, you have a recipe for success. And when you start to remove certain ingredients in that recipe, the likelihood that the person will have a better life, or a good, anything even remotely close to a decent life, becomes less and less. And the pile driver continues. 1 o'clock pirate time. We have AMC at $4.42 a share. GameStop at $21.34. Excuse me, just changed $21.36 for the time being. If it'll help you, Nana, I can turn my microphone on and let you listen to the pile driver. For those of us who are listeners only, or those of you who are listeners only, AMC is trading sideways at $4.42, and GameStop is at $21.37. So 2 o'clock pirate time, beginning of the power hour.
Yeah. Sounds good. Just text me when you get here. Okay, bye. Drive safe. Thank you.
So for history recording, I was just gonna say something about the box office for some fun. This box office of quarter three, about 14 million more than last year, which is about a 0.5%. The average is 12,277,000, so we're still above pre-pandemic averages, which is about 7.6 million to 8.2 million per movie. So it shows that we still have growth at the box office if there's more movies. And this upcoming quarter four, a lot of people are predicting about the same, maybe 2.6, maybe a little bit higher. And then, of course, with more interest being paid down each quarter gets more profitable overall. So very excited for quarter three earnings, which should probably be about the first or second week of November. I'm hoping for like 20 to 80 million profit. And then what else? Let's see. Yeah, no, just epic earnings report when it comes out. Should be I've watched, you should check out Stock Retail's video. It's very detailed. In fact, I'll try to find it and put it in the chat. He made 3 videos. One was two were addressing the debt improvements, and one of them was a correction on some numbers. And then the third one was about Q3 earnings forecast and also projections for quarter four. And he's got like a experienced balance sheet, everything with all his projections, and I don't do that kind of detail. I just look at it week to week to see what the trend is. The thing is, Daniel, even if it was inflation adjusted, profit is profit. So if it keeps going up, it doesn't fully matter until you stop going up, and then you can, you know what I mean? You could do your adjusted inflation adjusted numbers whenever you want. But that's just the positive thing is growing revenues. Growing net revenue pays down interest payments. They get smaller and smaller, and your company gets stronger.
Going insane. Going insane. So many loud noises. Going insane.
How's that roof coming along, man?
I don't know how anybody deals with this stuff all day long. I was not meant to be around this kind of stuff constantly. Hey, how about something fun? Cal report. It's in. Cal sent me his report earlier this morning, and I didn't have a chance to. I was getting off at the time, so I didn't have a chance to really go over. But let me copy this and post it up in the back of the Big Tramp. All right, now I gotta get a screenshot of this. Then Abe says, "Did you bring us pizza? It's right here. Come get it. It's all ready for you." Let's see here. Where do I gotta go? Yeah, Discord, sports. Of course, it didn't post yet. Come on. There it is. All right. So I'm pretty sure that there's going to be some differences between what Cal's got going on here for the week and what I have. Just kind of briefly looked at it. I agree with him on the Tampa Bay. That's also what I've got. I got the Bucks as well. Minnesota Vikings I have. Oops, let me get rid of that. Although I thought it was kind of interesting, there are a lot of people that are. I saw some reports that were suggesting that the Jets weren't looking too shabby for this game against Minnesota, and I quite honestly can't understand really where that's coming from. But I mean, if that ends, it doesn't really matter. Me and Cal agree on this one, so it doesn't really matter a bunch. But I'm kind of curious to see what ends up happening with that. He's got Chicago over Carolina. We'll come back to that one because I think I have Carolina on this. Baltimore over Cincinnati. How does ask Mrs. Pirate what she thinks about that?
Man, she just made her way to the swimming pool. She went over to the HOA to get her suntan on. So I can't give you any feedback on that.
I got the Ravens as well. I'm with him on that one. Miami versus New England is kind of an interesting one. I've got the Patriots written down on my sheet here with a star next to it, and it's because I kind of wanted to check out some of the some other statistics before I made a decision. Let me skip over that one real quick here. I'm pretty sure I'm going to go New England on this one, but we'll come back to it in just a second. Washington, I agree. Commanders, I've got that one down too as well. Indianapolis Colts versus Jacksonville Jaguars. Is that right? Is it Jaguars for Jacksonville? Yeah, well, I have Jacksonville, so that's gonna definitely be a difference of an opinion on that one right there. Bills versus Houston. I think this is I'm leaning towards the Bills on this one. So that's also a difference of opinion. We got two games right there in a row. Is the JJ in here?
No, he was here earlier, but he's not with us at the moment.
He's got the Broncos over the Raiders. I agree.
My plan is that I will be pilot. Yeah, he's a pilot. Great.
I also agree with the 49ers over Arizona. It's a good pick. He didn't. He I don't know if Cal learned his lesson or not here. I'm picking the Rams. But he went with Green Bay over the Rams this time, and I got the Packers as well. But I put an I next to this one so I could go back and look at the injury list because I kind of feel like if I'm not careful, I keep picking somebody over the Rams, and the Rams suddenly get some of their good players back off of an injury list. I'm gonna miss out. But I do have Packers written down on my sheet here, so I agree with him on Seattle. That's one that I had questionable, but did write down Seattle. And Saints. I've got Saints with a question mark on this one because I really don't know what's going to happen. Dallas versus Pittsburgh. What did I put down for that one? I put the Steelers. Did I put the Steelers? Yeah, I put the Steelers, so we got a difference of opinion on that one. He's got Dallas. I'm going Pittsburgh. I know the Pittsburgh fans are going to be happy about that. Especially at Pittsburgh, I kind of feel like that's the pick for me. Kansas City had a lot of injuries, and I just don't know. Also, I need to go back to Carolina and Chicago. It's what? I think I've got Panthers down. Did I not write this down? Where is it? Where's Panthers?
It's overrated. Nobody watches football anymore.
Oh, I have Bears. I have Bears written down. I agree with him on this one. What's the other one? Miami and New England. That's the one. That's the one right there that I just really don't know about. Is Tua supposed to be coming back? Let me look at one more thing real quick here, because I think I really want to pick New England on this one. Both teams are 1-3. So let's see here. So here's the deal. And I know Hayes and Bluetooth corrected me on looking at how I look at this, but I've got the Dolphins getting scored against like really easily right now, and the Patriots not so much, not nearly as much. And I also get the Patriots scoring a little bit more than the Dolphins. So that's why I'm kind of leaning toward. I'm gonna go New England. I just don't really have a whole lot of faith in. I mean, maybe they put it together with this new quarterback, and I lose this one. And I think the only other one so that's 4 differences that Cal and I have for the week. I don't know where I stand on this Kansas City New Orleans game, and this is the hardest pick for me because Kansas City's my team. Let me see one more thing here. Saints are 2-2. They've been scoring really well. I mean, really, really well. Who have they played so far? Let's see, Saints. They played the Falcons. They lost by 2. They played the Eagles, lost by 3. Slaughtered the Cowboys 44-19. And stomped all over the Panthers 47-10. Gosh darn, I so want to pick the Saints here. I'm doing it. I know I'm gonna regret this one. There it is. We have 5 differences between us again on this week. And Cal's beating me 2 weeks to 1 We tied a week with 5 differences this week. I don't really see how there could be a tie here unless one of these games ties. Daniel says there's no way Tua is playing. Yeah. Petra said I would check the injury report on Miami. I'm going New England, man. I'm going New England. I got a gut feeling on it. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I have a feeling I could lose that one. I mean, it's so if there's 2 I lose here, I feel like it's going to be the Miami game and potentially the Kansas City game. So that means I have to win the other 3, which is going to be Pittsburgh beating Dallas at Pittsburgh. So I feel comfortable about that one. Buffalo Bills beating Houston. I feel good about that one. Even though it's in Houston, I really feel good about this. Buffalo, let me just check something real quick here. Buffalo. Come on. Cowboys are 2-2. The Bills are 3-1. The Bills have been scoring relentlessly. 122 points for, 83 against. Their defense kind of sucks a little bit. I just watched Dallas play. They've been scoring well. It could be a really close game. It might actually come down to that game being the one that decides whether or not who's going to win for the week. And then as far as Jacksonville and the Indianapolis, I forget why I picked this one. There was a reason. I don't remember why I picked Jacksonville, but I did. Because right off the bat, you'd kind of think like, no. Wait a minute. What did I do? Why did I do this? I don't know why I did that. That's gonna be a blowout for the Colts. That's I don't know why I had. I feel like I made a mistake here. Well, we'll just run with it. That's what I had. I'm turned it in. Let me screenshot this and send it. I'm gonna lose that one. I'm probably gonna lose those 3. Maybe even a 4th one. This might be a blowout week for Cal. I don't remember what the reason was why I picked the Jags. There was a reason. And I'm looking at it right now. Everything that I'm looking at says screaming Colts, and I don't know why I did it. Oh well. Copy, paste. That's gonna be a big loss. This is gonna be a big losing weekend for me. Oh well. You live some, you learn some. Andrew says, I'm a diehard longtime Steelers fan, but I don't think they beat Dallas. Pittsburgh offense line in shambles, and they can't run the ball. That's actually, I thought, all they could do. But their defense is doing good, though, and that's the part that I think that for me was the deciding factor. Is that they should. I think it was the defense that was what I was looking at. Let's see here, Steelers. Points against the Steelers this season is like damn near best in the AFC. They are number 2 right now defensively, and the only team beating them out is the Chargers. So defensively, I think they hold off Dallas. So, and Dallas is going to suck against runs. So I think that's why that's actually the path. What you just said right there is the path on which the Pittsburgh wins the game, is on their run game. And Dallas's defense, in contrast, is like atrocious. It's like almost one of the worst defenses in the NFC. Let's see, who's worse than them? 1, 2.
What the hell? Oh my god!
Yeah, they're pretty bad. They're in the top. They're in the bottom like 5 or 6 in the NFC. We got just a couple minutes left here, guys. $4.42. Let's see. Who did we have? Did we have anybody picking that number? Let me see. Let's assume 442. $3.97. Oh yeah, Tech picked that for Tech picked that. If we close at 443, Tech would end up winning. If we close at 440 even, I win. If we close at 440, we got a whole bunch of people picking numbers real close to that. So yeah. Actually, Nana's 1 cent lower. She's at 42. I'm at 40. It's close. You guys in the back of the Big Trap have anything else to say today? Any last comments, words?
My god, who the hell cares?
Yeah, I do.
That's nice, Yucca. That's very nice.
So Casey, before you came back, I did my box office talk.
Oh, perfect. Excellent. Most excellent.
And then, so I was curious, if it's 442.8, do I win?
It won't close at 442.8. It'll close at a whole.
Oh, it'll do. Oh, okay.
Yeah, you'll be fine. It'll be one person or the other. There won't be any. There won't be any like weird mystery. How do we decide? But it would be. It would.
Right.
Yeah. If that were possible, we would award it to whoever was closer. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. 443. Oh, I didn't realize it until just before I got back on that we had hit 450 at some point today. That's kind of cool. Drove up to 450. Notice my little blue line in here that I've got drawn in from 2 days ago, or yesterday morning. Maybe it was yesterday morning. I drew this in here. Not too shabby. I mean, we of course we didn't move up in the aftermarket hours. We had to move down, but then we caught back up to it. Kind of straddled the blue line for just a little bit, and we're closing really, really darn close to it right now. But I'm not expecting this. This that I drew out here, I don't know why I managed to put in a increasing price movement through the night, but I did, which I should have had flatlining across and then doing the upwards movement going into tomorrow to close out the day close to 450. So, but yeah, not bad movement. Not bad movement.
You've been hit by a smooth criminal.
All right, cool. I will see you guys in just a few minutes. Unfortunately, it is that time of the day, and as usual, all good things must eventually come to an end. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow's another trading day. It's the last trading day of this week. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends. Take your pets out for a walk because they like getting outdoors too. And for crying out loud, go see an AMC movie because after all, that's what we're here to do is help support AMC. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night.
When the nights are getting cold and you're needing a shoulder, puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do, we buy and hold. There will be shittles who want to steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold to the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. There will be shittles who want to steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold to the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. 'Cause all we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.